The Senate will come to order. The chaplain will lead us in the prayer.
Let us pray. Most merciful God, help us to remember that the earth is yours. You established it, and you will sustain it. Thank you that one day you will make a new heaven and a new earth. We long for a day when our broken bodies will be healed and our souls at rest. Today, give our senators clean hands and pure hearts to do your will. May they be men and women who seek after you. As they come together to make decisions on funding the government, may they have your wisdom to do what is best for the people they serve. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will report the unfinished business.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 693, H.R. 82, an act to amend Title II of the Social Security Act to repeal the government pension offset and windfall elimination provisions.
Morning. We are in cloture.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
Madam President, this morning, thanks to Republicans, we're less than 48 hours away from a Christmas shutdown. Unfortunately, it seems Republicans are in shambles over in the House. But as they try to piece things together, they should remember one thing. The only way to get things done is through bipartisanship. The only way. Let me repeat. The only way to get things done is through bipartisanship. Now, on the Sergeant at Arms. Today, it fills me with immense gratitude to pay tribute and say thank you to the Senate Sergeant at Arms, General Karen Gibson, sitting right here. None of us, no matter what we do, could get through the day without the individual responsible for maintaining order, enforcing security, and keeping everyone in the Senate safe. That's what the Sergeant at Arms does. General Gibson took on this role in March of 2021 in the painful aftermath of the January 6th insurrection. By no means did she need to take this job. It was the Senate that needed her. We needed her 3 decades of leadership as an Army intelligence officer. We needed her steady hand and ability to change how organizations function. And to this day, I thank God she answered my phone call. General Gibson helped us get through those difficult months after January 6th. She was a breath of fresh air, a boost of morale, a jolt of much-needed confidence. She transforms how the Sergeant at Arms operates for the better. Under General Gibson's watch, her team revitalized how the Senate approaches security and safety from the top to the bottom. She increased how we share intelligence, communications, and planning with the rest of the federal government and state and local partners. She transformed the way the Senate handles moments of crisis. There is now a single Senate Operations Center that stands watch at all times and alerts us to potential threats or disruptions in real time. She was a godsend for other Senate staff across the Capitol complex, introducing new emergency preparedness applications, new training, new protocols staff could adopt to keep their offices safe and prepared. Finally, she revolutionized how the Senate approaches cybersecurity, conducting the most comprehensive cybersecurity assessment ever. And every step of the way, she had a first-rate team by her side to help execute her vision. And one other thing, a bit intangible. The morale of our Capitol Police Force has dramatically improved after the horrible days of January 6th. And much of that goes to what General Gibson did. She made them feel needed and confident and loved and well-trained and prepared. And I can tell just from speaking to so many Capitol Police officers how much they appreciated her tenure and her caring. So I am forever grateful to General Gibson for her 4 terms as our Sergeant at Arms. The Senate today is far more secure and far more prepared than the day she entered the role. My congratulations to her on a job well done. And the Senate thanks her, all of us, Democrat and Republican, for many years of service. Ann Berry. I also want to say thank you to our wonderful Secretary of the Senate, Ann Berry. Of the many talented and exceptional Senate officers I have the privilege of nominating as Majority Leader, Ann is one of the very best. The job of Secretary of the Senate is one of the utmost important and indispensable jobs here in the Senate. In fact, just days after the Senate achieved its first quorum in 1789, one of its top priorities was to elect the very first Secretary of the Senate. Back then, the Senate's responsibilities were merely a fraction of what they are today. There's virtually nothing that happens in the Senate these days, legislatively, financially, administratively, that doesn't cross the Secretary's desk. So to hold such an extraordinary position that brings life to the Senate, you need an extraordinary human being who brings life to the job. Where is she? She's probably just so busy doing her job, she's not here. But anyway, that is Ann Berry to a T. From the moment Ann was sworn in, She's carried out her responsibilities as secretary with unparalleled excellence, supreme professionalism, and she did it while making history as the first ever black woman to serve as Secretary of the Senate. Of course, Ann's success as secretary comes as little surprise to anyone who knows her background. She's a veteran of some of the most revered senators to pass through the chamber, the likes of Senator Leahy, Edwards, Carper, Jones, and my mentor, Senator Moynihan. For the last nearly 4 years, Ann has been one of the most invaluable members of the entire Senate operation. She made our days easier, our operations smoother, and made the Senate work better for the American people. And that, Madam President, is perhaps the highest testament to a public servant. So, Ann, on behalf of a grateful Senate, a grateful Democratic caucus, and a grateful Majority Leader, we say congratulations. Thank you. Job well done. Now to Dan Yokin, who I will so dearly miss. Is he here somewhere? Where's Dan? Well, Dan Yokin. Socrates said, "The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance." If that's true, and I think Socrates was onto something, then this is going to be a particularly difficult goodbye for me to get through. Because today, it fills me with immense gratitude, but also deep sadness to bid farewell and thank you to one of the most knowledgeable and trusted members of my team, Dan Yokin. Officially, Dan has served as my Director of Rapid Response the entire time I've served in the leadership, but in truth, he is far more than that. He is, in a word, the brain, the knowledge base of our messaging and research operation. He's the truth keeper, the fact sleuth, the go-to person when our team needs something figured out right away. But what sets Dan apart is that he also sees the big picture. He's not just looking at the little details. Anyone who excels at these things by necessity must possess a love of details, and Dan certainly does that. But what makes him so effective is how fluidly, how effortlessly, how naturally he connects the details to the main thrust of what our team tries to do every day and to the larger picture of where we're headed as a caucus and as a country. And Dan is also a craftsman. There's no speech, no press release, no tweet, no video that doesn't pass through his careful touch. A native of Nevada, Dan came to the Senate and earned his stripe as a young press assistant for the former leader, Harry Reid, who we miss every day. Every single day it was Dan's job to wake up early, read all of the news, and then brief Senator Reid personally on what was going on that day. If Senator Reid had a question, it was Dan's job to answer. If there was a specific detail he wanted, it was Dan's job to remember it. For most people right out of school, that would pretty much be a baptism by fire. But for Dan, it was confirmation, early confirmation, that he belonged here in the Senate. In no time, he became Leader Reid's Deputy Communications Director and then joined my team as the Research Director of the DPCC. And when I became leader, there was never a moment of doubt that I wanted Dan to come with me. Running our messaging operation is not easy. It's a round-the-clock task, 7-day-a-week commitment. I'd call him at all hours to ask him about this or that. It's stressful, ever-changing, thankless, and on top of that, they have to deal with me. Not so easy sometimes. But every day my team succeeds, and I succeed, because Dan has always been there as a steady and stabilizing force. His knowledge of the Senate, its history, its members, its operation, gives our work shape and form. All this is possible because deep down Dan loves this institution and loves this great democracy. Of course, anyone who knows Dan understands he loves many other good things as well. Just ask him, for example, about the Las Vegas Golden Knights and that time that they came to the White House to celebrate their championship. Or ask him about the last Roots concert he went to. Or ask him about poker night. Or about the next time he's planning to organize a Schumerland outing to Audi Field. Ask him, certainly about his wonderful family, his beautiful redhead 2-year-old, his wife and his partner for so many years as well, and then ask him about their dog Daisy, who's a regular here in the Senate on Friday, every Friday. Ask him about any of these things and you'll see Dan for who he is. Someone who leads a rich life, someone who has a gifted mind, and someone who is loyal, kind, thoughtful to all those he comes across. Having him on my team for so long has been a blessing to our office, to the Senate, to the country. So Dan, wherever you are, he's probably working as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know how much we will miss you. You know how much we love you. You know how much you will always be part of our Schumer family. And we can't wait to see what the future holds in store for you. I yield the floor. I don't note anything. I yield the floor to the Republican leader.
The Republican leader.
For months now, I've been calling the Senate's attention to the extraordinary people who served me, this institution, and our nation so well, and for so long in the Republican leader's office. Today, I've reached the end of the list. My one remaining task is to prepare our colleagues for Senate without Sharon Soderstrom. To tell the story of my chief of staff, you might start in 2010, when she assumed that title, or in 2007, when she joined my team, or perhaps back in 1999, when she set up in the Republican leader's suite for the first time. But if you want to make sense of the person I've been so fortunate to have at my right hand, the friend and counselor I've trusted so deeply for so long, it's worth starting at the beginning with the people who made Sharon Soderstrom who she is. Sharon grew up in Stony Brook, New York, on the campus of a Christian school where her father was a teacher and headmaster. In the house on campus where Carl and Jean Soderstrom raised Sharon, along with their brother Mark and her sister Cheryl, faith and learning were unshakable cornerstones. Quite literally, the windows of Sharon's bedroom looked out on one side to the chapel and on the other side to the classrooms. When you hear about Sharon's upbringing for the first time, everything you know about her starts to make even more sense. My senior-most advisor is a woman of integrity, a teacher who leads by example, and rather than reinvent the wheel, I think the best way to sum up her distinguished service is through some of the lessons that her favorite teacher, her dad, taught in the same way. Lesson number one: do meaningful work for a long time among peers who become lifelong friends. A long time ago, I won't tell quite how long, Sharon began her meaningful work here in the Senate as a junior legislative aide to a freshman senator. The prospect of devoting her life to this institution might yet have crossed her mind, but the Senate was beginning to reel her in and work its will all the same. Sharon likely wouldn't have allowed herself to imagine that someday the Senate's sharpest minds would bring their weightiest question to her, or that eventually an entire institution would come to lean on her voluminous legislative knowledge, her plumb and true political analysis, and her wise personal counsel. And if she had, her deep humility wouldn't have let it show. Instead, perhaps the sharpest and most singularly capable staff leader the Senate has ever seen chose to invest her time and talents in building teams, in mentoring colleagues, and in making a series of high-profile principals look a lot smarter than we deserve. She spent her time in public service notching accomplishments of the greatest consequence on the most visible stage, all while nimbly deflecting the praise. But what Sharon hasn't been able to dodge is the admiration of legions of colleagues, past and present, who count standing in the trenches with her among the greatest honors of their careers. It's no mystery why Sharon's calendar fills so quickly with invitations to celebrate weddings and birthdays. And it's no surprise how readily she clears her schedule to be with friends and colleagues in moments of grief. Our friend, our chief, has done meaningful work for its own sake, but she's got the admirers to prove it. I'll turn now to the second lesson from Mr. Soderstrom. Decide to live as a servant and take every moment as an opportunity to practice public service. It's there right in the name. And yet the brand of gracious and selfless leadership that has become Sharon's calling card and the thoughtful courtesy which comes naturally to her, these are exceedingly rare. I was reminded recently of an occasion years ago, about this time in December, when one of the junior-most members of our front office team brought a familiar concern to Sharon. The cheapest flight she could find to get home for the holidays was non-refundable. And it was looking more and more like the Senate might have to spend Christmas at work. What should she do? Sharon didn't hesitate. She told this young lady to keep her flight to get home safely, and the team would make do. In fact, the team did make do, and Sharon was the first to volunteer to cover a shift at the front desk. I'm certain that no one who knows her would be surprised to hear this. Certainly not any of us who've watched Sharon summon this strength, even when her enormous professional responsibilities weighed heaviest, to be a loyal sister, a loving aunt to her nephew Carl, and a devoted caregiver to both of her parents in their final years. May the record reflect that the Senate's most influential staff leader chooses every day to live as a servant. The third lesson is to laugh often. And as I'm sure Sharon's dad would add, not just when there's cause to be joyful. That means laughing even when you don't get the reference, as Sharon does good-naturedly when her colleagues use sporting analogies around the office. Of course, it helps that almost invariably such references are meant as compliments. Like when they compare her legislative and procedural chops to Willie Mae's dual threat of speed and power. Or when a wise former colleague likened staffing the Republican leader's office around Sharon to building a starting lineup without a franchise player. But in a job as strenuous and demanding as Sharon's, laughing often means finding levity in even the most confounding circumstances. Example, the time she and a colleague were leaving the White House after a completely fruitless negotiation in the middle of a government shutdown. As I understand it, they were walking out the wrong exit they heard a guard with a machine gun yelling, "Stop." Without missing a beat, my top advisors turned to her colleague and remarked, "If we just keep walking, this can all be over." Fortunately for me and for the entire country, even in the bleakest of stalemates, Sharon was just joking. Heeding these lessons isn't some simple, surefire formula for producing a prolific public servant in the mold of Sharon. Devotion to meaningful work is always good advice. And yes, if more people practice servant leadership and learn to laugh more, the world would be a much better place. But let's be absolutely clear. Sharon Soderstrom is one of one. The combination of unflappable calm, unassailable integrity, unwavering conviction, and unshakable devotion that resides in my chief of staff is greater than the sum of its parts. One of Sharon's former colleagues on my staff once described her office as an emergency room, where colleagues would come wheel in stretchers heaped with big, thorny problems, and a head doctor with nerves of absolute steel would begin to set things right. Invariably, Sharon's steady demeanor inspired confidence in others. Her resolve boosted morale. And from the most niche institutional matters to the heaviest questions of national policy, her utter and complete competence carried the day. Now, I'll admit I wasn't the first member of the body to recognize Sharon's talents, not even the first Republican leader. But claiming dibs on Sharon and managing to keep her for so long has been among my proudest accomplishments. Come January, the Senate will convene again. The 119th Congress will bring us a new slate of weighty business, new moments of minor crisis, and new opportunities to better serve the nation that we all love. But in the most trying moments and the most triumphant ones, a great many of us will feel like something is missing. We'll miss Sharon, the 101st Senator, on the case and at our sides. Sharon, you've served the Senate with honor. You are the greatest at what you do. You modeled the lessons of the ones you look up to most, and you've earned countless friends who look up to you. The proudest triumphs of my time in this office have been your doing, and I'm forever in your debt.
Madam President,
Senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that any members or staff in the chamber at this time be allowed to applaud for a period of up to 30 seconds.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, I rise today to pay tribute to the longest-serving party leader in Senate history, Republican leader Mitch McConnell. Over the course of a political career that began with a hard-fought race for student council president in his junior year of high school, a race, I might add, that he won with what would become his signature blend of hard work, intelligence, and determination. Mitch has built a legacy that will long outlast his time here in the United States Senate. Mr. President, the day he became the longest-serving party leader in Senate history, Leader McConnell delivered a speech discussing past Senate party leaders and their characteristics, from the mastery of relationships demonstrated by Lyndon Johnson to the, quote, tackle football, end quote, of Joseph Taylor Robinson. And it got me thinking about some of the things that have characterized Mitch's tenure. And there are three of them that stand out to me in particular. First, there's Mitch's peerless knowledge of Senate procedure. I suspect few who have served in this body have developed the kind of knowledge that Mitch possesses of the most arcane details, and they are arcane, of Senate rules. But Mitch recognized early on that knowledge of Senate procedure could play a big part in success as a senator. And it was right. He was right. And so with his signature determination, he set out to acquire it and became an undisputed master. Second, Mr. President, to that wealth of knowledge, he has added a fierce commitment to the Senate as an institution, a commitment I hope to emulate when I take the reins as Majority Leader next year. There are a lot of people out there these days who would like to see the Senate turn into a copy of the House of Representatives. But that's not what our founders envisioned or what our country needs. And Mitch has served our entire country by fighting to ensure that the Senate maintains its institutional character. Finally, Mr. President, perhaps the aspect of Mitch's tenure that stands out to me the most is the work that he's done to protect the rule of law by filling the judiciary with judges and justices who understand what the role of a judge is, to interpret the law, not make it, to call balls and strikes, not rewrite the rules of the game. During his time as Majority Leader, Mitch oversaw the confirmation of 234 men and women to the federal bench, 3 of them as Supreme Court justices. And the effects of that will be felt for a long time to come in decisions up and down the judiciary that respect the law and the Constitution. That, Mr. President, is no small legacy. And Mitch can step down from his post knowing that no one has done more to preserve our legal system and the essential role that it plays in our republic. Mitch, has been a great honor to serve with you. And I'm grateful that while you're stepping down from your role as leader, you will still be here in the Senate, bringing your mastery of Senate procedure to leadership of the Senate Rules Committee. Hopefully you won't mind a few knocks on your door for advice. Thank you for your long and faithful service to our party, to the Senate, and to our country. And I look forward to continuing to work with you in the years ahead. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum. Whoops, sorry.
Is he ready? He's ready, okay.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
last week, Joe Biden commuted the sentences of nearly 1,500 convicted criminals including drug dealers, fraudsters, and corrupt public officials. These are not sympathetic figures. These are individuals who stole from the poor and poisoned the sick. They tore families apart and menaced communities. They were sent to jail. They belong in jail. With this action, Joe Biden didn't just reward 1,500 criminals, he robbed hundreds of thousands of victims of the closure and justice they deserve. The cruelty of these commutations is only matched by the shameless incompetence of the administration that issued them. This administration admitted that Joe Biden didn't individually review these cases, or for that matter, anyone else individually reviewed the cases. Yet he nullified the verdict of thousands of jurors and judges anyway. He also disrespected the countless man-hours that federal law enforcement and prosecutors dedicated to solving these cases. The whole purpose of the presidential pardon power is to correct individual and limited failures of the criminal justice system. It's in the nature of the power in government itself. We are a legislature. We make generally applicable, prospective laws for everyone. Can those laws, in certain cases, yield unjust outcomes? Yes, of course. That is the nature of the legislative power. The reason an executive has the pardon power is to mitigate that injustice in specific, particular cases. It's not to make generally applicable pardons in a broad set of parameters, as White House officials have caused it. Certainly not to blindly free hundreds of duly convicted criminals. These blanket commutations demonstrate a gross contempt for our legal system and its traditions. To put President Biden's actions in context, he issued more commutations in a single day than Donald Trump, George Bush, and Bill Clinton issued in their entire presidencies. Combined, let's just talk about a few of the beneficiaries of Joe Biden's jailbreak. Jacqueline Mills stole $3 million that was intended for hungry Arkansas kids and low-income families. Dr. Mira Sachdeva defrauded Medicare by diluting chemotherapy drugs and reusing old needles on cancer patients. At least one patient, contracted HIV as a result. Fraudster Paul Burks ran a nearly $1 billion Ponzi scheme that robbed 900,000 investors of their money. Drug dealer Wendy Hechtman and her husband manufactured and distributed super deadly carfentanil, unleashing an epidemic of drug overdoses in Omaha. Another drug dealer, Daniel Fillerup, killed a 31-year-old relapsing addict by selling her fentanyl, which is 50 times stronger than the heroin she thought she was buying. Shuquan Hemingway trafficked heroin, fentanyl, cocaine, methamphetamine, and guns for the vicious Jalisco New Generation cartel. Joe Biden even commuted the sentence of a serial killer, Virginia Gray, who is known as the Black Widow, for murdering 2 husbands and a boyfriend and collecting insurance money. Perhaps the president would have reconsidered this decision if he knew anything about Mrs. Gray, but he didn't, because yet again, he and White House officials did not review individual cases on the merits. They didn't pick up the case file. They didn't talk to victims or families. Then there's the parade of corrupt public officials, the worst of whom is Michael Conahan, the so-called Cash for Kids judge, who accepted kickbacks in exchange for his role in sending more than 2,300 children to private detention centers, including an 8-year-old. Again, a judge in Pennsylvania sentenced more than 2,300 children to private juvenile detention centers in return for cash kickbacks. One man he sent to jail later killed himself. He was just 23 years old. His mother said that she is shocked and hurt by Joe Biden's commutation. Yet again, the president did not review the case individually. President Biden also commuted the sentence of an Ohio commissioner who took $450,000 in bribes. He even commuted the sentence of Rita Crunwell, a city comptroller from Illinois who embezzled $54 million. Crunwell was responsible for not only the biggest city embezzlement scandal in the history of Illinois, she was responsible for the biggest municipal embezzlement scandal in the history of America up to that time. Now, I understand that we have disagreements about criminal justice, and the Democrats don't always share my view on these things. But for years, we've heard lectures about the rule of law and how Joe Biden and Democrats are the defenders of democracy. Yet Joe Biden is the one commuting the sentences of the very public officials who most threaten the public trust in our democracy. The American people also know that Joe Biden issued these commutations for a simple reason. It helps cover up the corrupt pardon that he issued to his corrupt son to protect his family. I think we should condemn all of these pardons and certainly condemn the president for not individually reviewing the merits of the cases. But again, I understand my Democratic colleagues don't agree with that, so I only offer a resolution to condemn one pardon. Simply one. Maybe the worst of them all, the commutation of Michael Conahan, the Cash for Kids judge who took cash kickbacks and bribes to sentence more than 2,300 kids to private detention centers. The judge who put American children in jail for money. Surely the Senate can condemn this single act of corrupt clemency. Therefore, Mr. President, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to consideration of Senate Resolution 935, which is at the desk. Further, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Illinois.
reserving the right to object. I would like to clarify the record on President Biden's use of the pardon power, which is established in the Constitution in Article 2, Section 2. On December 12th, President Biden commuted the sentences of nearly 1,500 Americans who were placed on home confinement under a bipartisan provision of the CARES Act. These individuals were all convicted of non-violent offenses and have complied with the terms of home confinement for more than 1 year. This clemency is consistent with a long history of presidents using a categorical approach to exercise the constitutional power of pardon. Example, President Kennedy pardoned all first-time offenders convicted of violating the Narcotics Control Act of 1956. President Truman granted pardons to more than 1,500 men convicted of violating the Selective Service Act during their draft in World War II. President Carter provided a categorical pardon for hundreds of thousands of men who evaded the draft during the Vietnam War. Now, I understand that Senator Cotton is opposed to clemency in a particular individual's case. But if Senator Cotton is concerned about about undermining the rule of law and robbing victims of justice, we should consider just a few of President Donald Trump's pardons. For example, take President Trump's decision to grant clemency to at least 10 healthcare executives and doctors convicted on large-scale Medicare fraud schemes. These decisions wiped away years of prison sentences and restitution totaling hundreds of millions of dollars for some of the worst healthcare fraudsters in the history of the United States of America. Consider one, Philip S. Forms, who had been sentenced to 20 years in prison for involving himself in the largest healthcare fraud scheme ever charged by the Department of Justice. S. Forms received more than $37 million in a scheme involving $1.3 billion in fraudulent claims. Following his commutation from President Trump, Mr. S. Forms pled guilty to new Medicaid fraud charges. In October, he was arrested for domestic violence. He was at least the 7th person pardoned by President Trump to be charged with a new crime. President Trump also used his pardon power to provide relief for his political loyalists, including his former campaign manager, Paul Manafort, his national security advisor, Michael Flynn, his former advisor, Steve Bannon, and at least 7 Republican congressmen who had been convicted of crime. Bannon was charged with defrauding donors of more than $1 million as part of a fundraising campaign purportedly aimed at supporting President Trump's border wall. Do you remember that? He ended up soliciting true loyalists and friends of Donald Trump, saying that he was going to raise money and build the wall that Donald Trump, as candidate, spoke of so frequently. Bannon actually used the money he raised to cover hundreds of thousands of dollars of his own personal expenses. President Trump has now promised that he will pardon the January 6th rioters on day one of his new administration. He calls them, quote, political prisoners. You remember January 6th, Mr. President. I'll bet the senator from Arkansas remembers it too. This insurrectionist mob beat down the doors of the Capitol, invaded this chamber, and took control of this building, to the shame of our country to allow that to happen. And then along comes President Trump, says, if I'm reelected, I'll pardon them. I'd like to ask my colleague from Arkansas if he supports pardoning the following individuals who were prosecuted for wrongdoing on January 6th. David Dempsey, convicted of assaulting police officers by using, quote, his hands, feet, flagpoles, crutches, pepper spray, broken pieces of furniture, and anything else he could get his hands on as weapons against the police. Or how about Shane Jenkins, who was convicted of using 2 tomahawk axes to break into this Capitol building and assaulting police officers by throwing a wooden desk drawer and a flagpole at them? How about a Trump pardon for Kyle Fitzsimmons? On January 6th, he was convicted of 5 separate assaults against law enforcement, including one that caused career-ending, life-altering injuries to U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquino Ganell. And Kenneth Bonowitz, another perhaps beneficiary of a Trump pardon when he's sworn in as a president again. Mr. Bonowitz was a member of the so-called Proud Boys. He assaulted at least 6 officers, including placing one officer in a chokehold and lifting him up by the neck. Bonowitz injured one officer so severely, the officer was forced to retire from the police force. So if you want to talk about misuse of a presidential pardon power, let's be fair, honest, and balanced. I don't recall the senator from Arkansas or any single Republican colleague of his introducing similar resolutions to criticize any of President Trump's pardons. And I haven't heard any Senate Republican urging President-elect Trump not to pardon the January 6th rioters. President Biden's commutations directed at a group of individuals who've demonstrated a commitment to rehabilitation are far more defensible than President Trump's use of pardon power during his first term and what he's planning for the beginning, the very first day, the day of his dictatorial rule, as he called it, on the beginning of his second term. For these reasons, I object.
Senator from Arkansas.
Heard a lot of very troubling cases from the senator from Illinois. And it's true, I generally think presidents have given out improvidential pardons over times, and I'm not going to defend many of those cases of pardons. For instance, I'm not going to defend Jimmy Carter pardoning a bunch of draft dodgers indiscriminately, mostly rich and privileged kids who didn't do their duty, when poor kids from places like Yell County, Arkansas, or South Little Rock were doing their duty in Vietnam like my father was. But we're not here to talk about Vietnam draft dodgers, or who President Trump pardoned, or who he might pardon. There is a resolution pending on the floor that specifically condemns Michael Conahan, the Cash for Kids judge, who took cash kickbacks to sentence children to private juvenile detention center. Some words about this judge. I do feel strongly that President Biden got it absolutely wrong and created a lot of pain. Some children took their lives because of this. Frankly, I thought the sentence that the judge got was too light. He deserved to be behind bars, not walking as a free man. Strong words, not my words. Those are the words of Pennsylvania's Democratic Governor, Josh Shapiro, who again called Joe Biden's clemency decision absolutely wrong. The senior senator from Minnesota joined Governor Shapiro and said that she too disagreed with the president's decision. She said that she, quote, did not like that one. Even the chairman of the West Virginia Democratic Party publicly condemned President Biden's commutations and specifically singled out the commutation of Judge Conahan, the Cash for Kids judge. This resolution is not partisan. It's not sweeping. It's common sense. It's about a single egregious case that happened because of egregiously bad judgment. The president and his aides set broad parameters, and apparently those parameters kicked back 1,500 cases, and they didn't even have the time and the decency to say, now let's look at these cases and see if each one of these people deserve a pardon. Maybe one was an elderly, nonviolent offender who had redeemed himself, whose victims had forgiven him. I could understand clemency in that case. Not the Cash for Kids judge. It's only 1,500 cases. They've got thousands of lawyers running around the Department of Justice. Could they not individually look at these cases? I guess not. It's just another example of how Democrats have spent 8 years of accusing Donald Trump of doing this, that, or the other dastardly thing, when in reality, they're doing much worse. We heard the senator from Illinois talking about a pardon for a political loyalist. Who could be more of a political loyalist than a president's own son? And that's what Joe Biden did. His first big post-election pardon his son, not just for specific crimes to which he had pleaded guilty or for which he had been convicted, gun crimes and tax crimes, but for all crimes that he committed or may have committed for 11 years. That's almost twice the length of the similar pardon that President Ford gave to President Nixon, which I think, though condemned at the time, most people would now view as an act of political courage. I don't think anyone in retrospect is going to think that Joe Biden pardoning his son for every crime he might have committed against the United States for 11 years is ever going to be seen as an act of political courage, or if he does the same thing for his brother or any other members of his family before noon on January 20th. So, starting next year, I really won't have time for crocodile tears about President Trump's pardon decisions if the Senate can't bring itself today to condemn just one single egregious case of abuse of the pardon power. The Cash for Kids judge who sentenced 2,300 children to private detention centers in return for cash kickbacks. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, on the 5th of March, 1946, President Harry S. Truman of Missouri invited the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Winston Churchill, to Fulton, Missouri, Westminster College, to deliver a speech. The two men actually traveled to the speech together overland by train, and it was really a remarkable occasion. By this time, of course, Churchill was in retirement, or a brief retirement. He was to return to public office some short time thereafter. And Churchill might have chosen at that speech in Fulton at Westminster College to talk about any number of things. He might have talked about his legacy, as many people do in Washington, D.C. these days. He might have told stories about the recently won Second World War, but instead he gave one of the most significant speeches of the 20th century, a speech that defined with moral clarity, unparalleled, the challenges of the second half of the 20th century. He called it the Sinews of Peace speech, but it came to be known ever after as the Iron Curtain speech. It was in Fulton, Missouri, that Churchill so famously said that an iron curtain has descended across the European continent. And he went on to say that the struggle against Soviet communism would be the great moral challenge, and of course the national security challenge, the great cause of free peoples everywhere in the second half of the 20th century. He was absolutely correct. And that speech set the tone, it set the agenda, it set the moral framework for the decades that would follow, culminating, of course, with President Reagan's own victory over Soviet communism, in which he led this country to triumph, and the fall of the Berlin Wall, which would come over 4 decades after Churchill visited Fulton. Now, interestingly, when Churchill came to Fulton that day and to Westminster College, they didn't have a space big enough for him other than the Westminster College gymnasium. So Churchill gave his speech in the gym there at Westminster College. And in the years that followed, as the speech became progressively more famous, as Churchill's prophetic insight became more and more recognized, the residents of Fulton decided that it would be fitting to create a memorial there on the college campus at Westminster College to commemorate that speech. And so they settled upon something interesting. In 1966, 20 years after the speech had first been delivered, the residents of Fulton transported from London the bricks of a church, a parish church in London called St. Mary Aldermanbury, that had been destroyed in the Blitz of 1940 when Churchill was Prime Minister, when England stood alone against the Nazi scourge. The residents of Fulton transported those bricks from that church that had been destroyed to Fulton, Missouri, to the Westminster campus, and they rebuilt the church right there on the campus of Westminster. Here it is now, as it stands today, and there is a statue of Churchill right next to it. The thing about this church is it was first built in the 11th century. The first mention that we have of it is in 1181, when it was a parish church in the city of London. It was actually destroyed once before in the Great Fire of London in 1666, and then it was rebuilt by Sir Christopher Wren before it was gutted again by the Blitz in 1940. So here it stands today in Fulton, Missouri, on the campus of Westminster College, a monument to Winston Churchill, yes, but also a monument to the great bonds between the United States and the United Kingdom, to our shared struggle to free the world of tyranny in the 20th century, and to our shared victories together across that great century. And today, Mr. President, I'm here on this floor to ask consent to pass legislation to designate this memorial as a national historic landmark, to make sure that from now on, the America's National Churchill Museum, as it is called in Fulton, will stand recognized by this country as a national historic landmark, and that the National Park Service will continue to help maintain it and to study future potential designations for the site. So, Mr. President,
Could we please pause for a moment?
we're going to pause, I understand, for 1 moment, and then I'll ask permission to pass the bill. floor to Senator Gillibrand.
The senator from New York.
I ask unanimous consent for the quorum call to be vitiated.
There's no quorum call at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, during World War II, Fort Ontario was the only U.S. refugee shelter for people fleeing the Holocaust. Let me say it again. Fort Ontario was the only U.S. refugee shelter for people fleeing the Holocaust. It gave them a safe haven. It gave them strength. It gave them hope that when they needed it the very most, we were there. And it was one of the first places where American residents would ever hear firsthand accounts about what happened during the Holocaust. In fact, there are still residents in this and other communities today who remember the experiences of living in or outside Fort Ontario at a time when nearly 1,000 Holocaust refugees were living there and receiving medical care, food, and education. Located along Lake Ontario in Oswego, New York, the Fort Ontario Holocaust Refugee Center was supposed to be the first of many temporary relief camps across the United States during World War II, but it was the only one that came to fruition. For years, I have been working with the local community members to honor and preserve it. I have visited them, I have heard their stories, I have learned about the importance of the Fort Ontario Holocaust Refugee Shelter to them and their families and the larger community. This site has long played an extraordinary role in our nation's history, and its story deserves to be part of the National Park System. Establishing the Fort Ontario Holocaust Refugee Shelter National Historic Park would give this site permanent protection, and it would help to make sure it is preserved and enshrined in the site's legacy of hope, compassion, and resilience for future generations. I want to thank Congresswoman Tenney and former Congressman Katko for helping to lead this effort. And I also want to thank Senator Hawley for his partnership and the Senate for passing this bill. Mr. President, I suggest an absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President, I suggest I request the vitiation of the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills en bloc. Calendar 630, S4607, Calendar 589, S2742.
Is there objection? Without objection. The Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee-reported substitute amendments, where applicable, be agreed to. The bills, as amended, if amended, be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator for Texas.
Mr. President, is the Senate in quorum call?
Yes.
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, last week I came to the floor to speak about a new acronym that we are becoming more and more familiar with, DOGE, or the Department of Government Efficiency, that will be led by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. One of the priorities I'm looking forward to working with DOGE on is to accomplish, as a founding member, is to reform and hopefully revitalize the Pentagon. As I've said repeatedly, we are living in one of the most dangerous times since World War II. So it's absolutely critical that our systems at the Pentagon are operating in a top-notch shape. But as we know, as of now, many of the acquisition processes the Pentagon follows are similar, if not identical, to those followed by the Soviet Union back in the day. If you know your history, the United States beat the Soviet Union when the wall fell and when the Soviet Union collapsed. So it's obvious that their model doesn't work very well, and neither did their system of military procurement. But as I mentioned last week, where and how we spend our money is just as important as how much we spend. We seem to be fixated on the how much, but not how and where the money is spent. Preparing for the strategic competition we are in the midst of is not as simple as just increasing the percentage of spending of GDP. We need to make sure that the money that is spent efficiently and accurately, meeting the needs of the world, the dangerous world we live in. The end of the Cold War bought us a peace dividend, but one consequence of that victory was the overwhelming consolidation of the defense industrial base and weakening of our supply chains. In the early 1990s, we had several hundred companies participating in our national defense industrial base. Today, we have 5. The lack of competition in this area, combined with our penchant for requiring unique defense systems, has hampered our bargaining power and led to waste and abuse. The use of cost-plus contracts shifts the risk of cost overruns to the government. As a result, it's not unusual to find projects delayed by years and running hundreds of millions of dollars over budget. Take, for example, undersea autonomous vehicles. Boeing was contracted to deliver 5 Orca vehicles for about $379 million in 2022. Yet here we are, $620 million later, with an anticipated delivery date of 2025. If we keep going at this rate, we simply will not be prepared for the confrontation from the authoritarian axis that is quickly coming our way. But the good news is this story doesn't have to end the way the Soviet Union did. We are, after all, the United States of America. And I'm optimistic we can learn from our mistakes other countries have made in the past to win this strategic competition with the axis of authoritarians. I'm hopeful that by implementing reforms, we can pivot from the path we're on to one of peace through strength. Ultimately, the goal should be deterrence, preventing the next war. The Pentagon should move away from cost-plus contracts toward reliance on fixed-price contracts. Under a fixed-price model, cost overruns are borne by the contractor instead of the buyer, which in this case is the Pentagon. This is just a common-sense business practice. It should be the standard model to incentivize productivity and efficient operations. Newer, non-traditional defense companies like Anduril and Palantir, as well as Elon Musk's SpaceX in my home state of Texas, have made a strong case for this common-sense business approach. These companies have leveraged billions of dollars in our capital markets, perhaps our greatest strategic advantage when compared to our adversaries, to produce quality defense items at unmatched scale and speed. They also provide important and critical jobs across a variety of skill levels, often in a low cost of living, high growth opportunity area. This helps revitalize our towns and communities in need of new industries to reinvigorate their job market. This model underscores the need to transition away from our centralized Soviet-style acquisition process, first created in the 1960s, to a more agile model which leverages the private sector to strengthen our national defense. In addition to shifting our model of procurement and acquisition, we need to change the risk-averse culture at the Department of Defense. I don't mean taking unnecessary risks. I mean taking calculated risks where called for and where indicated. Newer entities such as the Defense Innovation Unit or the Office of Strategic Capital are willing to assume greater risks since they understand the need for rapid acquisition. Their ability to identify and adopt commercial technologies, for example, is one area where procurement and contracting offices should be emulating. Rather than having the DoD create elaborate requirements with multiple overlays of bureaucracy and review, our officials should be looking for existing products and technologies that substantially meet the needed requirement. The Federal Acquisition Streamlining Act of 1994 actually requires these officials to do that. The fact that they're reluctant to do so underscores the need to reform the culture of acquisition and procurement. While these are all needed updates that must happen, I'm optimistic that the Pentagon can and will, with our help and encouragement, make progress on all of these fronts in order to be prepared for the challenges that our country faces ahead. One reason I'm optimistic is because of some of these reforms that are already underway, as they have been included in the National Defense Authorization Act, and I'm proud to have championed several of them. Two of my bills included in the NDAA would enhance our procurement capabilities. One, the Capability-Based Trade and Unconventional Resource Engagement, or CAPTURE Act, will create a pilot project permitting contracting officers to use alternative analyses to better determine the value of products produced by non-traditional defense contractors. And then my encouraging qualitative upgrades and innovative procurements, or EQUIP Act, will permit combatant commanders to use the Defense Modernization Fund to procure commercial technologies. Lastly, my Enable IC Partnerships Act will encourage public-private partnerships in acquisition and develop workforce talent. This will help address the lack of competition and innovation within the government and within the country. These reforms, I believe, are a start, but our work is not yet complete. I'm confident that under new leadership, including that of Secretary-designate Hegseth, in collaboration with people like Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy at the Department of Government Efficiency, we can continue and build on this process and make additional needed reforms at the Pentagon, again, with the goal of preventing the next war, of reestablishing deterrence, something we have not done now, as evidenced by all of the hot spots around the world, ranging from the Middle East to North Korea to China to Russia. I look forward to working with all of my colleagues and with each of these individuals to help them rebuild our military into the powerhouse that has long defined American strength. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today's farmers across the country are facing significant financial losses for most commodities planted during the 2024 crop year. It's a dire situation. Basically, they're in trouble. And I've been saying this for a while now. For the sake of American food security, national security, and rural prosperity, Congress must pass
economic assistance for our farmers before the end of this year. That is why I'm asking Congress to pass a standalone economic assistance package for our farmers. No strings attached. This isn't for the lobbyist, special interest, or liberal pet projects. It would go directly to the people who feed, clothe, and fuel the United States of America and the world. It's for the American farmers who are desperate. They're in desperate need of help to survive. This economic assistance certainly won't help farmers make a profit. They have no chance. It won't even help them break even. Right now, many farmers won't be able to secure financing and renew their operating loans to keep their farms running for another year. Again, they're in trouble. This funding would only help farmers cover part of the 2023 and 2024 losses for American producers. For crops grown in my state of Alabama specifically, the expected losses this year are over $200 per acre. Cotton producers are at worse shape with losses with approximately $373 per acre. Peanut farmers, losses are next at almost $198 per acre. Other crops such as corn, soybeans, rice are also facing devastating financial losses. These losses are occurring after farmers have produced bumper crops, which have yielded some of the best crops producers have seen in many, many years. This indicates that a major economic disaster is looming for our producers and our country. If this dire situation continues, the American agriculture industry will face permanent damage. American farming as we know it could cease, I repeat, cease to exist, regardless of the region, state, crop, or weather pattern. There is one thing every farmer is subject to. That's the law of economics. And right now, it's an economic disaster for our farmers across this country and all states. The math is simple. With production costs and interest rates at an all-time high, farmers' expenses are exceeding their profits. Under President Biden's leadership, cost for feed is up 22%, fertilizer up 34%, fuel up 30%. On top of that, labor is up 40%, and interest up 54% on crop loans. 54%. You can't make these numbers up. Input costs are skyrocketing, while commodity prices have plummeted, absolutely plummeted, and are expected to continue falling. According to the 2022 USDA Agriculture Census, our nation has lost over 25,000 producers in just the last few years. According to the USDA net farm income, this year is projected to decline 4.1% from 2023. This follows a shocking, listen to this, a shocking 22.6% decline from 2022 levels. These figures represent over $40 billion in lost revenue for America's hardworking producers. No business, not one business in this country can survive like this. Our farmers and our farms are no different. This is the largest two-year decline in farm income in the history of this country, the history of the country. In Alabama alone, we have lost nearly 2,000 producers, over 3,200 farms in just the last few years. This will cause farms to get bigger, not smaller. Economies of scale will continue to push out small and medium-sized growers, resulting in further consolidation of the agriculture industry. The little guys, in other words, they can't compete. We cannot allow these terrible trends to continue. American farmers are rapidly approaching a steep financial cliff. Many will go off the ledge, never to recover, unless Congress throws them a lifeline and pulls them back to safety. This supplemental funding needs to happen in addition to a long extension of the Farm Bill. It has to be extended. I continue to stand with Senate Agriculture Committee Ranking Member Bozeman in emphasizing the need to pass a strong Farm Bill with an adequate farm safety net in the upcoming Congress. However, the truth is that even if we did pass a new Farm Bill, which would be improved, hopefully, containing increased reference prices for Title I commodities, assistance would not reach farmers until October 2026. It will be a little too late for the farmers this year, for thousands of them. Most farmers who wish to plant crops in 2025 need renewed access to credit before the end of this month. With many balancing checkbooks in the red, some for the second, third, and fourth year in a row, farmers will have a difficult time securing financing without improved certainty within the agricultural sector. So, while a one-year Farm Bill extension is important, it does not provide the needed certainty for bankers, creditors to extend farm loans for this coming planting season. By failing to extend the adequate financial lifeline to farmers, now our farmers will, and I repeat, will not survive until the fall of 2026. It will be over. It's a sad reality, and at the end of the day, it's not their fault. They work 365 days a year, 7 days a week, and put their hard-earned money as well as borrowed money into their farms. The supplemental assistance I'm advocating for today will only serve as a Band-Aid to slow the bleeding until they get a farm loan and plant next season's crop. I'm hearing from producers all over Alabama and across the country about the dire state of the farm economy. Producers can't pay employees or their bills for seed, chemicals, fertilizers. They can't pay it. I've never seen it this bad, never. Lawsuits have already started, suing farmers for something that they don't have. Farmers have bumper crops of cotton, peanuts, corn, and beans, yet they are still on the brink of bankruptcy. Something's wrong. This isn't about commodity versus commodity or region versus region. It's about the survival of the American farmer and the communities that rely on them. It's about saving the hardworking men and women who play a critical role in feeding and clothing and fueling not only the United States, but folks, the entire world. Congress cannot defy the laws of economics, but it can pass a standalone economic assistance package for our farmers to help them survive another year. This is perfectly within our power. There will be no funny business with this economic assistance, just a straight up and down vote, see who stands with our farmers, the food for this country and the world. Democrats always try to hold emergency funding for farmers hostage like we have this year, and they want projects to go along with the funding, basically holding us hostage, holding these farmers that have worked hard and put their own sweat and blood into this crop that they've had. Farmers from every corner of the country need us now more than ever. There's not going to be another chance for a high percentage of this farming group that are farming this year. It's not going to happen. Which is why I'm calling on the House and the Senate to put politics aside. I'm begging, put politics aside. I wish I could have farmers standing up here today. They would be telling you the same thing. They don't like handouts. They like to work for the money that they make. They always have. That's why they're special. But they need a no strings attached economic plan. I know President Trump will do everything he can in his power to assist American farmers when he is sworn into office. Our next Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, will deliver for our farmers as soon as she's sworn in. But until then, I ask the Senate to stand up and stand with an economic assistance package to throw our farmers a lifeline. They deserve it, they need it, and it's not just for them, it's for the entire country. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Madam President,
Senator from Montana.
ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Madam President, with only days left in the 118th Congress, I come to the floor to fight on behalf of my rural Montana communities. Senate Bill 4444, the Crow Revenue Act, is a win for Montana, and it's one that cannot wait any longer. The bill's pretty simple. It swaps minerals between the Crow tribe, the federal government, and the Hope family, and ensures that both the Crow tribe and Musselshell County will continue to receive much-needed revenue from mineral development. And let me be clear, if this bill does not pass and is not signed into law this year, there will be dramatic consequences for Montana communities. If we don't act before the end of the year, there'll be 100 high-paying mining jobs lost in Roundup, Montana. And unlike the show Yellowstone, where it looks like everybody's got helicopters and fancy barns and fancy houses, this part of our state and most of Montana fights every day to make ends meet. And by the way, these 100 jobs that will be lost is after 700 jobs were lost at the Stillwater mine in Columbus, Montana, a few months ago. We can't afford another layoff of hardworking miners. Furthermore, both Musselshell County and the Crow tribe will see cuts in their revenues, leading to less services for the communities. The Crow Revenue Act is a long-term fix to a real problem that's happening in my state. It has the strong support of community leaders, county commissioners, the governor, other locally elected officials, and very importantly, the Crow tribe. I ask my colleagues to stand with me and support our rural and our tribal communities. Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Indian Affairs be discharged from further consideration of Senate Bill 4444 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the Daines substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Madam President, reserving the right to object.
Senator from Hawaii.
Look, I'm all for considering bills that have gone through the regular process for consideration. In the past month alone, I've been on the floor several times to pass 12 bipartisan bills which advanced out of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs with unanimous bipartisan support. The difference with this bill is it's not ready. It's just not ready for that consideration, and Senator Daines knows that. The bill has not cleared the committee, and it's not for our lack of trying. It was only introduced a few months ago, and when it was fast-tracked to a hearing at the senator's request, it was clear that there remained several open questions, and as of today, many of those questions have still not been answered. And yet, we're trying to pass this bill unanimously. This is what's happening, is that this would be recorded on the Senate floor as a 100-0 vote. This bill is not ready for that. The only circumstances under which, especially in Indian Affairs, but mostly in any other jurisdiction, the only way we pass something by unanimous consent is if it has been fully vetted and it is either so meaningless, right, a congratulatory resolution or something, and people just let them go, or it's been so thoroughly vetted that it's really ready and there are no objectors. That is not the case for this bill. The Indian Affairs Committee has had its most productive years in history, these past two Congresses, and we've done it through good faith bipartisan work and respecting not just generally speaking the process, but the bipartisan tradition of the committee itself. We don't have one rule for some bills and another for others. Every bill that has made it through this process is scrutinized by the committee with feedback from tribes and others. And if it can be considered, it generally passes out on a bipartisan basis. And actually, our standard is to try to pass these things unanimously, not just one member of one party and all the members of the other party. We try to get 0 no votes. And if there are any no votes, it won't pass on by consent on the floor. We've done everything that we can to oblige Senator Daines and accelerate the consideration of this bill, but we cannot pass a bill that is still going through the process. The bill has no score. The bill has no score, something that has been required, sometimes to my chagrin, of every single bill that comes out of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. I don't love that standard, because sometimes I just want to pass a bill, and sometimes the score is so de minimis that I think it's a little bit of a waste of time. That's not the case for this bill. It's going to score. And we don't have that score yet, and I'm not going to make an exception for one bill. It hasn't had a committee markup, and there is no path in the House. The Senate hotline ran barely a day ago, and offices are still reviewing it, and I want people to understand what that means. That means that offices that are not on the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs are just getting emailed about this bill, and for them it's an issue of first impression, and they are being asked to ask their boss, do you vote yes on this bill that you haven't even analyzed? Do you vote yes on this bill? And there's maybe 2 days, maybe more, but let's assume 2 days left in the actual Congress. This is an attempt to circumvent our normal procedures. That is not how we do things here, and for that reason I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President,
Senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 8666 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 8666, an act to amend Title 28 United States Code and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Seeing no objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered read and be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Armed Services Committee be discharged from further consideration of S 4511 and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S 4511, a bill to provide for the crediting of funds received by the National Guard Bureau as reimbursement from states.
Is there objection to proceeding? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the discharge.
I ask unanimous consent that the Lee substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, that the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak about commitment across our nation, in each of our states and towns and cities, in villages, in Alaska, men and women who have made a commitment to their neighbors and to strangers and to the broader community. These are our teachers, there are nurses, there are firefighters, emergency responders, police, public servants who manage applications for federal and state benefits like SNAP, unemployment, disaster assistance. They ensure that our elections are well run. They get our streets paved and plowed, and they've made their commitment to serve. And for many of these public servants, their states have opted out of Social Security, and so they're not paying into the system. But many of them have had other jobs in the past or will have other jobs in the future. And these are jobs that will require them to contribute into Social Security. And in many cases, they've contributed to Social Security for an entire career before taking on a job in public service. And then when they retire, when folks retire, you assume that the Social Security benefits that you've paid into, that you're going to receive them. These are benefits that people are entitled to receive, benefits that they are entitled to as the spouse or the survivor, or both. But for decades now, the commitment to these public servants have given to their communities and to our nation has been returned with two acronyms that have had devastating consequences for, unfortunately, far too many Americans. GPO, WEP. For many in my state of Alaska, these are like swear words. GPO and WEP, Government Pension Offset and Windfall Elimination Provision. The Social Security benefits of spouses, widows, and widowers were first cut by the GPO in 1977. And then in 1983, Congress went after the benefits of the retirees themselves with the WEP. These two provisions have been responsible for reducing Social Security benefits from hard-working Americans who have earned them, and then from their spouses, widowers. And it is in Alaska where the highest number per capita of teachers and public employees are impacted. So when you look at the map of the United States and those areas where you have the highest negative impact from the WEP provisions and the GPO provisions, it is unfortunately in my home state of Alaska. And it might not sound like a lot, 15,156 Alaskans that are impacted by either GPO or WEP or both. These are all stories. These are all individual Alaskans who have stories about how this has impacted them, like the retired teacher who's just one paycheck away from homelessness because after serving for years as a teacher, she lost 2/3 of her earned Social Security benefits because of WEP. Or the young Alaska widow who is in dire financial straits following her husband's recent unexpected death simply because of GPO and WEP. Or the senior citizen who taught for over 25 years, then he turned to commercial fishing, then he worked for BLM and the U.S. Forest Service. This is a career track that you see with a lot of Alaskans. His Social Security was cut by over 30%, and so now at 82 years old, he's still working to make ends meet. This is not retirement, folks. And Mr. President, these aren't hypotheticals. These are real stories from Alaskans who've reached out to me, asking me as their senator to help them. And I've been hearing from these folks for the entire tenure that I've been here in the United States Senate, hearing about the disparate impact on Alaskans, hearing about the inequity, the unfairness. I've earned these benefits, and yet I'm not able to receive the full benefit. Where is the fairness in that? And so I have not just listened to my constituents, I've responded. I stepped forward. And every single Congress since I've been here in the United States Senate, I have co-sponsored legislation to eliminate GPO and WEP. And proudly so, but it's been very frustrating because over these 22 years now, I've got constituents that are saying, this is happening to me in real time right now. And I have to say, this is hard. This formula is not right. We get it. We've got to address it. But this is going to be expensive. And so until we're able to do more wholesale reforms, I don't know how we're going to be able to help you in the Senate. And that's not a satisfying answer to that teacher, to that firefighter, to that widow. And so I was so pleased to be able to cast my vote yesterday to move to passage of the Social Security Fairness Act. And I'm proud that 72 of us here in the Senate joined together, and I'm truly looking forward to final passage of this important measure before I return home. And when I get home, I'll be able to tell school districts that you're going to have a better chance. It's going to be a little bit easier for you to recruit and retain good teachers and principals, because the disincentive to work in a state that's impacted by GPO and WEP is going to be gone for us in Alaska. I'll also be able to tell firefighters and police and EMS responders that they're not going to have the burden of knowing that their retirement is going to be less secure or their spouse's retirement will be less secure after years of putting themselves on the line in service to our communities. And I'll be able to tell my neighbors and the folks I'm meeting in the grocery store and the community meetings that their service is not more of a sacrifice than it should be. So, Mr. President, I'm proud of the work that we have been able to do on behalf of Alaskans and for over 800,000 Americans in other states that are affected by GPO, and the over 2 million people in the states that are impacted by WEP. So next Congress, it's going to be up to all of us to look at Social Security solvency from the larger perspective, to work on it, debate on it, vote on ways to ensure that this vital retirement program is going to continue to ensure that Americans are able to retire with dignity and security. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm on the floor today to talk to my colleagues about something that is happening right in front of our eyes. It's a set of events that aren't random. They're connected to one another that threaten to destroy this country that we love. Everybody can see it, but for some reason, maybe the exhaustion of the aftermath of a brutal election, maybe the distraction of the Christmas season, maybe just an instinct to flee instead of fight, there are far too many people that are denying to themselves what they are seeing. What is happening right now is that Donald Trump and his billionaire advisors are unfolding for the country in real time a plan to transition this country from a democracy to a restrictive oligarchy, where political opposition is silenced, where the media isn't free, and where government just exists to enrich a small cabal of elites that surround the man in charge. I know a lot of my colleagues do see how these dots exist and how they connect. And I know in your gut, a lot of you see the specter of the disaster that is coming. But if you don't, I want to spend just a few minutes laying it out. And to make things simple, I'm just going to focus on 3 events that happened in the last 7 days. The recommendation by House Republicans that Trump critic Liz Cheney be subject to criminal prosecution, the lawsuit filed by Trump against an Iowa pollster and an Iowa newspaper, and the decision by ABC to pay Trump $15 million to get rid of a bogus lawsuit. First, the recommendation from House Republicans that Liz Cheney be prosecuted. Liz Cheney was a member of the January 6th Commission that tried to find some accountability for the assault on this Capitol that resulted in people dying, that resulted in an officer with blood running down his face, running into this chamber to rescue us before the violent rioters got a hold of us. Donald Trump did not like that narrative that he had something to do with, that he inspired the January 6th riot. He doesn't even like the narrative that January 6th was a riot. His events are opened by the January 6th choir in commemoration of the events of that day. What happened this week is that Donald Trump made good on his promise. He said during the campaign that he was going to use the military, law enforcement, the National Guard to deal with the enemy within. And when asked who the enemy within was, he said Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Democrats. Now, people laughed it off during the campaign because that doesn't happen in America. We don't use law enforcement to lock up your political opposition. But that's exactly what's being recommended when it comes to Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney did nothing criminal. There's not even a whiff of a criminal allegation. She was just in charge of a commission that Donald Trump opposed. But House Republicans, taking orders from Donald Trump, just recommended that the next administration, the next Department of Justice, criminally prosecute Liz Cheney. And by the way, Liz Cheney won't be the last. There will be other political opponents of Donald Trump who were referred for prosecution. Now, that would be laughable today under an FBI and a Department of Justice that doesn't lock up people for political reasons. But Donald Trump is changing the guard at the FBI. He's putting in someone loyal to him as the next Attorney General. The person he's going to put in at the FBI wrote a book about how important it was to eliminate from government anybody that doesn't line up with the political priorities of the president. He has said that the people who ran fair elections in 2020 should go to jail. Because if you didn't run an election that resulted in Donald Trump being elected, then you did something wrong. This week, the House recommended Liz Cheney for criminal prosecution. Donald Trump cheered that recommendation, and we are getting ready to vote on an Attorney General and a Director of the FBI who have made clear they are ready to eagerly prosecute Trump's political opponents. This is really important to talk about because this is one of the key ways that democracies fall all around the world. It frankly doesn't take hundreds of political prosecutions. It only takes a handful before ordinary, average Americans just decide that they would be better off staying quiet instead of facing potential harassment or intimidation or a jail sentence for speaking out the way that Liz Cheney did. The second thing that happened in this last week was that Donald Trump filed a lawsuit against a pollster in Iowa. The grounds of the lawsuit are simple. He didn't like the results of the poll. The poll said the Iowa race was close. The poll ended up being wrong. But he is suing the pollster and the newspaper because he was upset that that poll helped galvanize opposition to him. That poll, which suggested that race was close, got a lot of people to donate to his political opponent, gave people in Iowa some hope that maybe a Democrat could win. That's not allowed in Donald Trump's world. It's not allowed in Donald Trump's world for anything to be in service of his political opposition. So he's filing a lawsuit that has no chance of succeeding because he wants to try to intimidate journalists and the press into submission. Whether we like it or not, it just is true that maybe in the future, a pollster who has a poll in front of them that shows a race closing, shows a race that's favorable to Democrats, won't publicize that poll out of fear of a lawsuit. And connected to that lawsuit is the third thing I want to talk about. The decision by ABC to pay Donald Trump $15 million to settle a bogus lawsuit, a bogus defamation lawsuit that would have never succeeded in court. But ABC, for whatever reason, decided it would be better for them to just pay Donald Trump to make it go away. And you are seeing repeated decisions by people in the media to just go along with Donald Trump rather than risk his ire rather than potentially put their profits at risk if Donald Trump and his regulatory agencies turn against them. You saw Jeff Bezos tell his newspapers not to endorse Kamala Harris. You have seen an effort by Comcast to divest itself from MSNBC. You've seen ABC pay off Donald Trump $15 million. Over and over and over again, you see members of the press starting to decide it's just better not to fight him. These three things taken together show you the playbook. Threaten political opposition with jail, throw a few of them into jail to show you're serious, sue and intimidate and harass anybody that does anything that is helpful to your political opposition, and intimidate and harass the media in the hopes that they will just go away and stop criticizing you. I don't think it's a coincidence that during this period of media harassment by Donald Trump, when Liz Cheney was referred for criminal prosecution, all of the headlines played it totally straight. None of the headlines suggested that the criminal prosecution was bogus, was built on lies, was built on no understanding of the law. The headlines just said, Liz Cheney referred for criminal prosecution. I think it's really important that we lay out what's happening here, because this is how a democracy vanishes. But I think it's also equally important to talk about why Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and all of his billionaire friends are engaged in this very coordinated early attack, even before he's sworn in, to try to intimidate his political opposition and bully the press. And the reason they are doing this, the reason that they are trying to suppress dissent, is because they are preparing to steal from us. Donald Trump and his billionaire buddies want to be in charge of government so that they can make themselves more wealthy at our expense. They want government contracts. They want to privatize government programs. They want to get bigger regulatory breaks. They want lower taxes. Donald Trump and his billionaire cronies want government to serve them, but they know the only way they get away with that is if no one holds them accountable. So in order to steal from us, they have to silence political opposition, intimidate activists into submission, and try to get the press to fold. If they do that, then they can get away with using government as a mechanism to enrich themselves. And if you want further proof of their agenda, look what's happening right now today as we speak. Republicans and Democrats had a deal to keep the government open and operating, to fund much-needed disaster assistance, and it was killed yesterday by the two billionaires closest to Donald Trump. And when asked as to what their alternative was, they said, raise the debt ceiling. Donald Trump said, raise the debt ceiling. You'll have my support for a continuing resolution if you raise the debt ceiling. Why do they want to raise the debt ceiling? It's easy. They want to pass a huge tax cut for the billionaires in charge of Donald Trump's government. That's their agenda. Big, big tax cut for billionaires and corporations. But the only way you can do that is if the debt ceiling is raised. The only way you can get away with that is if you can borrow more money on the backs of ordinary, average, everyday people in order to pay for that tax cut. So we're seeing the agenda of the Trump administration before they're even sworn in front of our eyes. Rig the rules in order to make the billionaires richer and telegraph that as your number one priority to Congress. Listen, there aren't just democracies and dictatorships in the world. There are dozens of countries that occupy a gray zone in between those poles. Countries where there are still elections, but the media and the political opposition are so weak because they've been beaten into submission by the regime, that the people actually have no power. There are elections, but the same group, the same man, the same family wins every time. America has been, for almost all of our history, a functioning, robust democracy where the party or individual in power changes regularly because people hold all the tools necessary to choose their leaders. But that could change in a heartbeat, so quickly, but without any one galvanizing moment, that the transition might just be missed by all of us. You could just wake up one day and find out that the rules of democracy have been so rigged that Republicans or the Trump family never ever lose again, and billionaires get to steal from all of us without any accountability. I know that that sounds hard to believe. I admit that I might be wrong about all of this. America's democracy, it is the longest existing democracy in the history of the world. It has proven to be resilient. It's filled with grit. It has survived challenges before. But like every one of us eventually disappears from this planet, so does every democracy. Every democracy has a last day. And if you look around the world, the steps that lead to the termination of a democracy, the termination, the end of self-governance, are shockingly similar from country to country. The wealthy people who control the media and the economy fold into the regime. Better to join than to fight. The citizens get scared of joining up with the opposition movement because they're fearful of harassment. Better to stay quiet than fight. If we don't speak out more loudly and more boldly about the events of the last week and the way that we are seeing a purposeful, detailed roadmap constructed by Donald Trump and his billionaire friends to transition democracy to an oligarchy, if we don't fight like hell against these nominees, especially those going to the Department of Justice that will execute this assault on democracy, then our nation very soon could easily befall the same as these other destructed democracies. The survival of our 240-year experiment is facing right now one of its most severe tests. I just think it's time that everybody woke up to that and pulled their heads out of the sand. I yield back. Madam President.
The junior senator from Connecticut.
Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills en bloc. Calendar 457, H.R. 1555, Calendar 532, S4404, Calendar 533, S4634, Calendar 534, S4803, Calendar 535, H.R. 1823, Calendar 536, H.R. 3354, Calendar 537, H.R. 6810, Calendar 538, H.R. 6983, Calendar 539, H.R. 7180, Calendar 540, H.R. 7385, Calendar 541, H.R. 7417, Calendar 542, H.R. 7606, Calendar 543, H.R. 7607, Calendar 544, H.R. 7893, Calendar 568, H.R. 5867, Calendar 569, H.R. 6162, Calendar 570, H.R. 6188, Calendar 571, H.R. 6633, Calendar 572, H.R. 6750, Calendar 573, H.R. 8057.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the bills en bloc be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered and made and laid upon the table all en bloc.
Without objection.
Another motion, Madam President, notwithstanding Rule 22, I would ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs be discharged from further consideration and that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills, also en bloc. Those bills are H.R. 6116, H.R. 7158, H.R. 7507, H.R. 7508, H.R. 8641, H.R. 8717, H.R. 8841, H.R. 8868, H.R. 8909, H.R. 8919, H.R. 8976, H.R. 9285, H.R. 9322, H.R. 9421, H.R. 9544, H.R. 9549, H.R. 9580, H.R. 9600, H.R. 9775, H.R. 10065, H.R. 6244.
Is there objection? Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that these bills en bloc be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table all en bloc.
Without objection.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Kansas.
Madam President, thank you. I have now served on the House or Senate Veterans, actually, and the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee since I came to Congress. So about 14 years in the U.S. House of Representatives and about 15 years in the United States Senate. It's been a privilege to serve as a member and from time to time a leader of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, and preceding that, the House Committee on Veterans Affairs. For the last almost 5 years, Senator Jon Tester, and I have led the Veterans Affairs Committee. Not only did John and I both raise daughters to grow up in rural America, but we both share the same sentiment that there is no one that we hold in higher regard than our nation's veterans. This shared sentiment has allowed us to work together for those we respect so much. I will certainly miss the starting of our hearings, in which Senator Tester always said, "Hello, Jerry." And you could hear that from time to time as we met going down the Senate halls. I've worked with John on the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs since 2013, and we have introduced and sponsored and co-sponsored many, many pieces of legislation together. His leadership on the committee in recent years has resulted in major pieces of legislation that have now become law that provide support and opportunities for veterans, their loved ones, and their caregivers. Some of those landmark and historic pieces of legislation include, in the 115th Congress, VA Maintaining Internal Systems and Strengthening Integrated Out-Network Act of 2018, a lot of words that really boil down to what we call the Mission Act, designed to help make certain that veterans, wherever they live and whatever kind of services they need from the VA, are available to them. There in later Congresses, the Johnny Isakson and David P. Rowe, MD, Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act of 2020, Commander John Scott Hannon's Veterans Mental Health Care Improvement Act of 2019, implemented and designed to make certain that we reduce and eliminate the number of veterans who commit suicide, Fairness for Korean DMZ Veterans Act of 2019, COVID fix for GI Bill benefits to make sure our veterans during COVID were able to maintain their educational benefits while schools were shut down. Later in the 117th, the Joseph Maxwell Cleland and Robert J. Dole Memorial Veterans Benefit and Healthcare Improvement Act, the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our promises to address Comprehensive Toxics Act of 2022, what we refer to as the PACT Act, designed to make sure those who encountered toxic substances in Southeast Asia and in Iraq and Afghanistan were eligible for benefits and health care. The Colonel John M. McHugh Tuition Fairness of Survivors Act of 2021, and just within the last few days, in fact, within the last week, the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Health Care and Benefits Improvement Act and the additional Veterans Benefits Improvement Act. I rise today here at my seat on the Senate floor to express my gratitude for the time that John has spent, his career, in improving the lives of veterans and reforming the VA system that millions of veterans rely upon. John Tester has made a lasting impact on thousands of individuals, their families, and their caregivers, those who serve veterans and those who are veterans and their family members. He's made a lasting impact upon their lives and their well-being, and helped us keep our commitment to our promises that have been made to those who serve in our military. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize Senator Tester's team for their extraordinary work. We all know in the Senate the importance of having a strong staff that researches well, that's intentional with our constituents, and values what we do. So I would like to thank Tony McLean, who is from Salina, Kansas, and who has led this committee for many years. Dehilia Melendrez, Carlos Fuentes, Elizabeth McKenzie, Yanko Miktrich, Faye Fernandez, Bill Van Son, Tess Wazinski, Abby Ribal, Weston Haycock, Liz Timmons, Cameron Kurtz, Katie Adams, and Jackson Haney. Your work, each of you, your work on this committee didn't go unnoticed. Thank you for your kindness that you extended to me while you were serving the chairman of the committee. Thank you for your kindness to me when I was the chairman of the committee and you were serving the ranking member. We know without your help, without your willingness to work with our staff and our team, we would not have been able to provide the benefits and critical resources that our veterans deserve and earned. And so finally, John Tester, certainly I say this on my behalf, but I say it also on the behalf of the other members of the Senate, certainly the other members of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, and especially on behalf of our nation's veterans, thank you. Thank you for your leadership, your friendship, your dedication. Thank you for serving, as you did so well, our nation's heroes. Madam President, I would ask unanimous consent that the remarks I'm about to make appear in a different place in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, last month we celebrated National Aviation History Month. We celebrated that across America, and I want to make certain that we recognize the air capital of the world and the state of Kansas and their contributions to the aviation industry, both historically and still today. My home state of Kansas is an aviation hub. It has a rich history in aviation manufacturing. This tradition dates back to a gentleman named Alban Longren, who developed Kansas's first aircraft, the Longren Flyer, which was fully designed, produced, and successfully tested in Topeka in 1911, less than a decade after the Wright brothers' first historic flight. Clyde Cessna went on to develop his pioneering aircraft, the Silver Wing, in 1911, which was designed and built in Kingman County, Kansas. Clyde Cessna, Lloyd Stearman, and Walter Beach partnered to found the Travel Air Manufacturing Company, which would later be spun off into 3 companies with global recognition: the Cessna Aircraft Company, Stearman Aircraft, and Beach Aircraft Companies, all of Wichita, where they were headquartered. Cessna, Stearman, and Beach, and over a dozen other aviation entrepreneurs in Wichita produced 120 airplanes each week at the outset of Wichita's aviation dominance in the late 1920s. It was then that Wichita earned its title as Air Capital of the World. During World War II, tens of thousands of Kansans contributed to the war effort by working in aircraft plants, making nearly 26,000 planes, including over 1,600 B-29 Superfortress heavy bombers. Following the war, the Boeing Company started testing mid-flight refueling using the B-29 Superfortress and eventually delivering the KC-135 Stratotanker to the United States Air Force in the 1950s. Still one of the premier mid-flight refueling aircraft for the United States Armed Forces. Many of these tankers are stationed at McConnell Air Base in Wichita and some at Forbes Field in Topeka. Other than agriculture, the aviation and aerospace industries in Kansas support more jobs than any other sector, including more than 65,000 aerospace and defense jobs across more than 450 world-class suppliers. Kansas is the global leader in general aviation, producing 35% of all general aviation aircraft in America and supplying 75% of all general aviation aircraft since the Wright brothers' first flight at Kitty Hawk in 1903. You fly on a private plane, you're flying on a plane that either built in Kansas or the parts were manufactured in Kansas. At the end of November, Bombardier, who has their headquarters, their defense headquarters in Wichita, Kansas, Bombardier delivered its first Global 6500 to the U.S. Army in support of its next generation of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, the ISR platform. 1 week later, Wichita State University National Institute for Aviation Research received a Boeing 747XI as part of a strategic partnership with Sierra Nevada Corporation on the Air Force's Doomsday program. I'd also like to highlight that NIAR, the National Institute of Aviation Research, a component and headquartered on the campus of Wichita State University, was recently ranked by the National Science Foundation as the #1 research and development expenditure university in the country for aerospace engineering. Our state is also diversifying its aviation and aerospace work with companies like General Atomics, and now has 17 Kansas manufacturers working on NASA's Artemis program. We are also developing essential components for commercial space providers such as SpaceX, United Launch Alliance, Sierra Space, Rocket Lab, and Blue Origin. Additionally, Kansas is home to Crew 9 astronaut Nick Hague of Hoxie, who is currently stationed at the International Space Station. Museums across our state highlight our history, highlight our future. They include the Kansas Aviation Museum in Wichita, the Amelia Earhart Hangar Museum in Atchison. I also should highlight the importance of Amelia Earhart being one of Kansans who is a significant component of our aviation history and whose statue now resides here in the United States Capitol. There's a B-29 Museum in Pratt, the Mid-America Museum in Liberal, and the Cosmosphere, world-renowned. Incidentally, when I talked to the Artemis astronauts, and they brought up the topic and said, do you know that you have the best space museum in the world in Kansas? And they were talking about the Cosmosphere in Hutchinson. It showcases the rich aviation history. They point to the continued legacy of excellence in aviation and aerospace in Kansas and represents a bright spot for our entire nation. I wouldn't want to talk about aviation without talking about Kansas. Kansas has played a key role in cultivating America's leadership in aviation and is home to thousands of engineers and manufacturers who have supported America's aviation heritage now for more than a century. We are, and we will continue to be, air capital of the world, not only because we build airplanes, but because we have leaders and students driving the industry forward with innovation, ingenuity, and relentless pursuit of excellence. We will continue to be the air capital of the world because we have the educational institutions across our state to train and educate engineers and flight mechanics, the whole array of the people necessary for the industries that are located in our state and that will soon locate in our state to have a highly trained, educated, motivated workforce for aviation today and in the future. Madam President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senior senator from Louisiana.
Madam President, the holiday season is upon us, and it should be a time filled with family, friends, and joy. But this year, it is filled with financial anxiety for many Americans. They're struggling to pay for their groceries, to heat their homes, with property and casualty insurance. But I'm here to speak to those who are struggling to afford flood insurance. For over 50 years, Americans have relied on the National Flood Insurance Program, or NFIP, to be a safety net in case of disaster. The program covers 4.7 million homes, but the program has become unaffordable, unaccountable, and unsustainable. And without congressional approval, FEMA worsened this by implementing a new risk assessment program called Risk Rating 2.0. This program dramatically increased premiums, even for those who had never flooded. And the skyrocketing prices brought on by Risk Rating 2.0 has left many Louisiana families and families in other states struggling with a financial burden. This financial strain has caused 52,000 Louisianians to drop their coverage in just 1 year, leaving them with no way to protect their homes. About 500,000 Americans nationwide have dropped their coverage. And this was anticipated by this Risk Rating 2.0. When the National Flood Insurance Program put it in place, they again anticipated that up to 20% of the people would drop their coverage. Now, during this holiday season, the financial burden of this program will only increase as mom tries to give her kids a wonderful Christmas. That's why this month I introduced the Flood Insurance Affordability Tax Credit Act to give relief to Americans enrolled in NFIP. This legislation gives low and middle income households a real-time 33% refundable tax credit to combat the out-of-control flood insurance premium. It is not a permanent solution. We need serious reform, but cutting flood insurance bills by a third is a good place to start. I am working on a comprehensive NFIP program that protects families from excessive premium hikes, strengthens flood mitigation efforts, simplifies the claims process by cutting red tape. While we work to fix the broken system, and believe me to say I am working hard to do this, this tax credit provides relief for current policyholders. And it provides a path for Americans who have been forced to drop their coverage due to unaffordable premiums to re-enroll at an affordable price. It directs the Treasury Secretary to establish a program where premiums can be paid in advance. This benefits families when they need it the most, like now during the holiday season after a period of years of financial distress. Parents shouldn't have to pick between putting food on the table, wrapping presents under the Christmas tree, or paying for flood insurance. And with the tax credit taking a third off of her flood insurance bill, the mother trying to keep this together won't have to make these sacrifices. She'll be able to give her kids the Merry Christmas that they deserve, protect the home they sleep in. Now, by the way, I'm from Louisiana, but this isn't just true for families living in my state. is true for families across the nation. This year's hurricane season showed us flooding is possible in areas that don't typically make you think of flooding. Just think of the homes devastated by flooding in North Carolina. Americans need relief from Risk Rating 2.0. That's not the question. And Americans need us to pass massive reform. However, perhaps most importantly, Americans expect us to guarantee that the National Flood Insurance Program will still be here come the new year. If nothing happens, this program expires at the end of this week. I should correct that. For those that think that the government shutdown does not affect them, if the government shuts down, the NFIP program will have a lapse. During that period, the program cannot sell or renew flood insurance policies or borrow from the Treasury to pay claims for existing policies. So my hope is that we can find this debt deal. I support Speaker Johnson in his attempts to do so, not least of which it preserves the National Flood Insurance Program for anyone who may call upon it during this intervening period. So, just frankly speaking, letting the program lapse, temporarily or long-term, should not be an option. It's often the only flood insurance option for many communities, and without it, we leave millions vulnerable. That's why I'm working with the entire Louisiana delegation on legislation to reauthorize the program. Today, I urge colleagues to support this reauthorization, giving their constituents peace of mind and protection this holiday season. Finally, I urge colleagues to look to the future. Passing the Flood Insurance Affordability Tax Credit to give relief to policyholders and reauthorizing the program are only the first steps. But they're critical steps this body must take. And unless we want to do a disservice to the American people in NFIP, we should not stop here. When we come back in the new year, we should commit to reforming the program to make flood insurance affordable again. Every single one of my colleagues has constituents who rely upon the NFIP. If you look at this chart, every state in the union is shaded, representing the number of NFIP claims each state has. Those in the dark yellow have been hit the hardest and have relied on NFIP the most. They all have at least $1 billion in NFIP claims since 1978. 44 states have had over $50 million in claims over this time period. It's clear Americans rely on the program, but if we continue down this path, the program goes bankrupt. So my message to my colleagues representing states that rely on the National Flood Insurance Program, which is frankly all of us, let's find a way forward. My team is working on a bipartisan, permanent solution that rolls back Risk Rating 2.0, makes flood insurance affordable and accountable again. I encourage my colleagues to join me in the new year to get this done. In the meantime, let our Christmas gift to Americans enrolled in the NFIP be a lower flood insurance bill and peace of mind by reauthorizing the program. And with that, I yield.
The junior senator from Nevada.
Thank you. I ask that the quorum call be dispensed with. Are we in a quorum call?
Not in a
We are not.
quorum call.
Thank you. Madam President, I rise today to urge my colleagues to confirm a bipartisan group of 4 nominees, 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats, to serve on the United States Postal Service Board of Governors. The Board of Governors is an independent, bipartisan body that provides leadership, strategic vision, and oversight of the U.S. Postal Service. Confirming these 4 nominees, Val Demings, Gordon Hartiganus, Bill Zollers, and Anton Hajar, will give the board a full complement of 9 Senate-confirmed governors. The bipartisan board is most effective when fully staffed with individuals who bring a diverse range of perspective and experiences, and all who understand the critical mission of the Postal Service. These individuals each have strong leadership and management experience, and they have demonstrated their commitment to the Postal Service, its workers, and its customers. As we know all too well, in my state of Nevada, the Postal Service has been considering operational changes that will have severe impacts on service to communities, not just in Nevada, but across this nation. I was proud to lead the charge against Postmaster DeJoy's misguided effort to send Nevadans' letter mail out of state to be processed. But without sufficient oversight from a full Board of Governors, the Postmaster General will be able to pursue his agenda for the whole country unchecked. I'm going to repeat that. Without a full Board of Governors, the Postmaster General will be able to pursue his agenda for the whole country without oversight. So it's more important than ever that we have a Board of Governors that is committed to ensuring reliable, timely mail delivery, and that it will provide necessary oversight of Postal Service leadership. That's why I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to confirm these 4 highly qualified nominees to the Postal Board of Governors. So, Madam President, excuse me, I ask unanimous consent that, as if in executive session, the Senate Homeland Security Committee be discharged from further consideration of PN 2289, and that the Senate proceed to the consideration of this nomination and calendar numbers 836, 837, and 840, and that the Senate vote on the nominations in the order listed, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to the nominations, that any related statements be printed in the record, and that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
The junior senator from Kentucky.
reserving the right to object. The United States Post Office faces drastic financial losses. Last year they lost $6.5 billion. They're on target this year to lose $9.5 billion. We should return these nominees and give President Trump the opportunity to review the Postal Service, review the postal picks, review the current situation, and allow him to determine who is best fit to fix the Postal Service. For that reason, I will be objecting to each of these nominees. I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, might I say just to this senator from Kentucky that these nominees are bipartisan, 2 Democrat and 2 Republican, and I believe it is far past the time that we allow our Postal Board of Governors to be filled. Thank you, Madam President. I yield back my time.
Madam President.
The junior senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today with deep disappointment and frustration at the House of Representatives' failure to take up my bipartisan, bicameral legislation with Senator Bill Cassidy, the Children's and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPPA 2.0. Just a few months ago, the Senate passed COPPA 2.0 by a resounding vote of 91-3 as part of the Kids Online Safety and Privacy Act. It was a remarkable moment for a chamber that has too often succumbed to partisanship on key technology issues. Young people and families across the country finally had a moment to celebrate that their government was actually coming to their aid on a critical issue. That lawmakers from across the aisle could hold hands and recognize that the youth mental health crisis was raging in red and blue states alike. This crisis demanded action, and the United States Senate was meeting the need and the moment with a popular children's and teens privacy bill. Help, it seemed, was finally on the way. It was long overdue. For more than a decade, I have been fighting to strengthen online protections for our young people. In fact, if COPPA 2.0 were a person, it would have just turned 13 and would have aged out of our current privacy protections for children, which I first authored 26 years ago. Over those 26 years, that law, the original Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, has been critical to protecting children online. But when I wrote COPPA, only birds tweeted, and TikTok was the sound that a clock made. Today, our children and teens confront a far more complicated and privacy-invasive online world, one that, according to medical experts and the Surgeon General, is contributing to a youth mental health crisis. The stats are devastating. The stats are overwhelming. Listen to these stats. Listen to the problem we have in our country. More than 1 in 4 high school girls in the United States seriously considered suicide in 2023. 1 in 4 teenage girls. And at least 1 in 8 high school girls attempted suicide in 2023. Let me repeat it again. 1 in 8 teenage high school girls attempted suicide in 2023. And amongst LGBTQ youth, the number is more like 1 in 5 attempted suicide in 2023. COPPA 2.0 cuts to the heart of the emergency. COPPA 2.0 bans targeted advertising to young people, ensuring that teenage girls stop being targeted with weight loss pills and other harmful ads. It empowers parents and teens by giving them an eraser button to delete an ill-advised post. And it prevents companies from burying their heads in the sand and ignoring the children and teens on their platforms. These policies specifically target big tech's financial incentives profiting off of targeting ads to keep kids and teens clicking, swiping, and scrolling on social media, even to their ill health. In fact, in 2022, the major big tech platforms earned nearly $11 billion from U.S. users under the age of 18. $11 billion, and that's 11 billion reasons to oppose any opposition to COPPA 2.0. But the tech companies, they want to monetize the young people in our country. And we know they're doing so at the expense of their mental health. Who said it? The Surgeon General of the United States. Who said it? the pediatricians of the United States, the experts on the children and teenagers in our country. A mental health crisis largely created by online social media. Okay. So this is an incredible moment for us because those $11 billion, which the media companies, the big tech companies make, they're 11 billion reasons to turn their lobbying power on the House Republican leadership and concoct far-fetched theories for why a bill that passed 91-3 on the floor of the United States Senate should not even receive a vote at the height of a mental health crisis for young people in our country on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. Unfortunately, House Republican leadership capitulated to the pressure of big tech with grave consequences for young people. The House had a rare opportunity to show families across the country that it cared about their children, about their teenagers, that money and politics didn't drive their decision-making, that our youngest and our most vulnerable came first and not big tech. But House Republican leadership, they failed that test. They sat for months on the Child Online Privacy Protection Act and then refused to even consider it for passage at the end of the year. They want to wait until next year and next year. We've brought this bill out for 3 Congresses in a row. This is not a new issue. It's a crisis. Everyone knows it's a crisis. Everyone knows that teenagers are getting addicted because of deliberate strategies by big tech to absolutely harm them. We know that right now, if a teenage girl has bulimia and she goes online to get information about it because she's only told her mother and father, that girl can be bombarded with ads from companies, from others, because that information is now out there that she Google searched. Well, the impact on her psyche is dramatic if that happens. And it's happening every single day because big tech monetizes that girl's bulimia or anorexia problem. This is the bill that just says you can't do that. If the parents want all that information erased, or they don't want the girl to be targeted with ads, you can't do it. 91-3 on the House floor. On the Senate floor. No vote in the House. 3 Congresses in a row. So they always want to wait until next year for a Republican Congress, a Republican president. Yeah. Well, what about right now? And are they actually going to do it next year? And while they wait, our young people will continue to suffer. Every day that this does not pass is another day where platforms can serve dangerous, targeted ads to children and teens. Every day that it does not pass is another day where parents and teens don't have the tools they need to protect themselves online. Every day that COPPA 2.0 does not pass is another day where children and teens are suffering from suicide, from anxiety, from depression. This is the heart of the issue. This is the sinister side of cyberspace. This is the harmful side of it. Are we going to do anything about it? There's a Dickensian quality to the internet. It's the best of technologies and the worst of technologies simultaneously. It can enable, it can ennoble, it can degrade, it can debase. Yes, these companies, they tout all the wonderful things that they're going to do, and they actually want to put it on steroids, AI. They're going to find the cure for cancer. They're going to do all these other wonderful things. We'll see. But at the same time, we don't have the safeguards built around the harm they are doing right now. The mental health harm to teenagers and children in our country, and it's only going to get worse, much worse, as AI injects itself into the system more and more. More suicide, more anxiety, more depression. So it's a sad day for an institution that had an historic opportunity. And I commend the Senate leadership for making a different decision and prioritizing the mental health of kids and teens. But I am deeply disappointed in the House of Representatives, where I proudly served for 36 years. For decades, the House has lamented that the Senate's rules have prevented us from taking action on important issues. And I have made those arguments myself as a House member years ago. But when the Senate did act on an issue critical to families and to parents across the country. And when it acted decisively, House Republican leadership decided to play politics with the lives of teenage children in our country. So to the kids and the parents and the advocates who have fought courageously for stronger online privacy rights for children and for teens, thank you. Don't go away. Keep your energy up. You're knocked down, you're hurting, just come right back. Come back the same way the abolitionists came back, the same way the suffragettes came back, the same way the anti-Vietnam movement came back, the same way the same-sex marriage movement came back. Just get up again. We're right, they're wrong. We have to get this passed. So I've been honored to be with you. It's a very disheartening moment, very disheartening. This is an ongoing, preventable crisis in our country. And if we don't act, and act soon, we're going to have teenagers and children 20 years from now writing books about what their congressmen, their senators, an older generation inflicted upon them with no protections whatsoever. They'll be talking about it. They'll be writing about it. So let me finish again by giving you the numbers, okay? These are, without question, some of the most staggering numbers I have ever seen attached to one single preventable issue. 1 in 4 high school girls in the United States seriously considered suicide in 2023. Let me just say that. 1 in 4 seriously considered it. 1 in 8 high school girls in the United States in 2023 actually attempted suicide. 1 in 8. And 1 in 5 LGBTQ attempted suicide in 2023. And the Surgeon General, the pediatricians of our country point the finger at social media, the self-image of these kids as one of the leading causes. And we're not going to pass this legislation. And the actions in the House, and now from Elon Musk and others who are preventing this whole institution from working, are going to ultimately expose all of these young people to images, ideas that are, in fact, avoidable. So, Mr. President, I thank you for giving me the time, and to all of those who worked so hard on this legislation over the last 2 years, please get up and get ready to come back again next year, because this is a crisis in our country. This is something that these young people do not deserve, and their privacy cannot be monetized. It is just absolutely wrong and preventable. So with that, Mr. President, I yield back the balance of my time.
The senator from West Virginia.
West by God, Virginia.
Blessed be Virginia, West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in a quorum call?
We are not
We're
in
not?
a quorum
Okay.
call.
Mr. President, in a moment I'm going to be asking for unanimous consent to pass the Explore Act, a package of outdoor recreation legislation. Let me just say this to you. This is something that we all agree on, both sides of this wonderful institution of Congress, because the House and the Senate are in agreement. There were some changes that need to be made. We've all agreed to get that done, but the bill we have before us is the House's version without the changes that we've agreed to. And the reason for that, the House has already passed theirs. And I understand my dear friend is going to be speaking on this too, and in the objection part of it. But I just would like for everyone to understand we have a chance, truly a chance. And I have, as chairman of Energy and Natural Resource Committee, we've made focus of supporting our public lands and the outdoor recreation economy, which is the fastest growing element of our economy in every state. We all have beautiful venues in our state. We've all been able to take advantage of that. We've done starting with the John Dingell Act and working all the way up to the Outdoor Recreation Act. And now for the Explore Act gives us a chance for these vendors in those parks to be able to offer a true experience. And that's really what it's all about. I have no objections around all 50 states. One of the first things we did, passed, as I said, the Dingell Act. We did the Land and Water Authorization Conservation Fund. Just a year later, we passed the Great American Outdoors Act, which permanently funded the Land Water Conservation Fund and provided nearly $2 billion per year for 5 years to address the deferred maintenance backlog in our federal recreational lands. Most of our parks are wonderful, beautiful parks. The same year, we passed the Great American Outdoors Act. Senator Capito and I passed legislation designating the New River Gorge National Park and Preserve in our home state, which is one of the most, on the East Coast now, one of the most visited parks that we have. It's close to most of the population in the country. Since the designation 4 years ago, visitation has jumped more than 40%. People want to get out and enjoy this beautiful country that we all own. A year later, in 2021, Senator Barrasso and myself, we introduced America's Outdoor Recreation Act, which is the basis of the Explore Act. It basically gives you the ability now to really do it. We reported that bill out of the Energy and Natural Resource Committee on a bipartisan basis. We tried very hard to pass that bill by the end of 2022, but ultimately we had some disagreements with the House. However, Senator Barrasso and I were not ready to give up. We introduced the bill and were again able to report it out with a bipartisan voice. Congressman Westerman, who is with us today in the chamber, and we appreciate having him over here, to his credit, introduced the Explore Act last year, which includes nearly every provision of my bill and Senator Barrasso's bill, along with some additional House priorities. Our bill, Senator Barrasso's and our bills, and our staff immediately got to work with the House to iron out the differences between the two bills. And we have had bipartisan, bicameral agreement on the negotiated text for more than 6 months. We've tried for months to get that passed, but have been blocked along the way. This late in December, we are simply out of runway. Time is running out on us. I'm willing to pass the House version without those negotiated changes so it can be sent straight to the President's desk because we're accepting what's already been passed in the House, with the agreement with the House that every one of those changes will be done, every one of them. It's the only path we have available to us. This is our last shot to get this important legislation. So, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 6492, which was received from the House and is at the desk, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be reconsidered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I want to thank my friend from West Virginia for his hard work on this very important matter. I support the objective of this legislation. I also appreciate the commitment that the senator from West Virginia has made, and also that Congressman Westerbrook has made, to, if this bill were to pass today, to incorporate the changes that have been negotiated to improve it in the next Congress. In particular, these are changes dealing with the deployment of resources for broadband, and those negotiated changes would significantly improve and ensure that it operates the way it is intended to operate. And I appreciate that commitment. As the senator from West Virginia knows, I am pressing very hard right now to pass legislation that is very important to me and very important to Texans. It's legislation called the Take It Down Act. Take It Down Act is bipartisan legislation that I authored along with Democrat Senator Amy Klobuchar to protect women, to protect teenage girls and young girls from a growing epidemic of non-consensual intimate images online, both actual photographs and also a dramatically escalating problem of deep fake AI images that target real people. And we are seeing every day more and more women, more and more teenage girls targeted with false deep fakes made using AI that appear to be explicit photographs, explicit videos. They are victimized. The Take It Down Act makes the publication of those non-consensual intimate images a crime, a federal felony, and critically, it puts a federal obligation on the tech platform to remove those images, remove those videos when notified by the victim. You have a right to protect your privacy, not to be victimized. The women have a right. That legislation, the Take It Down Act, passed the United States Senate unanimously, 100-0. Every senator, Republican and Democrat, agreed with the bill. That legislation is now at the House. And House leadership placed the Take It Down Act in the continuing resolution that was introduced earlier this week. It is in the bill. I am grateful for that. As the President knows, as the Senator from West Virginia knows, the path to passing the continuing resolution has proven to be challenging. And House leadership right now is actively negotiating and trying to find a path forward. I very much want the Take It Down Act passed by whatever vehicle gets it to the President's desk, because we have an obligation to protect women and to protect teenage girls. I've asked the House as an alternative to take up the Take It Down Act on suspension calendar. If it gets a vote on the floor of the House, it will pass. All it needs is a vote. So from my perspective, I am fine with it passing as part of the CR if a CR passes with anything on it, or I believe it should pass on the suspension calendar and go to the President's desk. Now, the Senator from West Virginia and Congressman Westerman have both committed to me to use their full force of persuasion and leverage to ensure that one way or another the Take It Down Act will pass out of the House and get to the President's desk, because all of us want to protect our constituents. We have an obligation to do so. Because the gentlemen in question are my friends, and I trust their good faith representations, and because we're about to lose the good graces of the Senator from West Virginia, who has decided to ride off into the sunset and leave us to the nonsense of the swamp, both Senator Manchin and Congressman Westerman have asked for a personal favor that I not object, and therefore, Mr. President, I do not object.
I want to speak to this because we're all very appreciative.
The senator is not recognized.
I understand.
Although I do recognize it. Does the senator from Texas object to the request? Without objection, Merry Christmas, so ordered.
Mr. President.
The senator from West Virginia.
Mr. President, this is the relationships that we all should have. This is the goodwill, knowing that we want the Take It Down. We want to take it down. We have Senator Barrasso here who's worked so hard on this, his staff, my staff, your staff, and I can assure you we're behind you 1,000%. We're going to get that done, and I just pray to God that the House will accommodate what you're asking for, because no one That bill is so important to take it down. Okay, you and I co-sponsored a bill yesterday. It's very important, and working on that. But your graciousness on this, knowing how important it is. You have your vendors in your state. This allows us to finally get into our parks and maintain them, maintain our outdoor activity. It gives the vendors the ability now to get things permitted so they can offer the services people have been clamoring for. And we saw the demand that was coming during the pandemic. This is really, really good news for our country, and I just want to thank you, my dear friend, Senator Cruz from Texas. God bless. Merry Christmas to all.
Good night. The senator from Wyoming.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to express my gratitude to Senator Cruz for this very gracious effort today on the floor of the Senate. You talk about a champion, a mature, experienced, reliable, and responsible voice in this body. That's Senator Cruz from Texas. And what he just did today in deciding to not object to a piece of legislation that we worked on for so long was the right thing to do, and we credit him for that. We also stand here saying we want to do everything we can to assure his major piece of legislation is one that does get passed out of the Senate previously, out of the House, take it down legislation, and take it down to the White House where it gets signed into law. And it'll be such a benefit to so many Americans. And we stand united in this Senate behind Senator Cruz, who will be soon the chairman of the Commerce Committee, to thank him for his efforts and his help and his assistance on this bill today in this body, Mr. President. I also rise to congratulate my friend and colleague, Senator Manchin, who will be leaving this body, on the success here today. And if the senator from West Virginia would like to head over to thank and shake hands and walk in front of me to get to congratulate and thank the senator from Texas. I want to congratulate him on the success in the passage of the Explore Act. This is great news for every state, all 50 states. It is certainly most important and very important to my home state of Wyoming. Mr. President, as is often the case in this body, but not often seen by the press and by the public, this bill is bipartisan. It's a first-of-its-kind recreation package, and it will boost our nation's outdoor economy. According to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, outdoor recreation added over $1 trillion to our national economy in 2023. $1.2 trillion. That's 2.3% of our entire gross domestic product, our nation's gross domestic product. This is a big deal. In my home state of Wyoming, outdoor recreation contributed over $2.2 billion to our state's economy. That's 4.1% of our state domestic product. We have a strong outdoor legacy in Wyoming, Mr. President. We work hard to support the local communities when we try to do that by developing an outdoor recreation economy. We do it all across the state. And the Explore Act that we have just passed here in the Senate, previously passed the House, and will soon be on the way to the White House, that is going to help Wyoming and help the rest of the nation increase access to the great outdoors. This legislation, it does several things. It streamlines and simplifies the permitting process for outdoor guides and outfitters. Now, Chairman Manchin and I began working on this legislation the last Congress. It's the result of years of work, bipartisan work. Senators East and West, North and South, senators so committed to this legislation. It includes bills from many members on the House floor as well as the Senate floor. For example, this bill includes the Federal Interior Land Media Act. It's called the Film Act. The Film Act modernizes film and photography permitting on public lands. Now, you think that wouldn't be an issue, but it is, Mr. President. And what we have seen is currently anyone who uploads a video at our national parks of the adventures that they have had as tourists, they put it up on a social media platform, and I know, Mr. President, your social media platform is heavily subscribed. People turn to it regularly. Well, they also do that at the national parks, put things on people's social media posts. Well, you know, in the national parks right now, you have to obtain a permit and pay a fee. You wouldn't think that would be the case. Now, the Park Service hasn't enforced that requirement consistently, but it has been fining people whose videos become very popular. So you would find yourself in that position, Mr. President, had you gone to the national parks and posted something knowing how popular your videos have become. Look, there are examples of families who've been fined by the Park Service for posting their vacation videos on YouTube. That's not right. So this bill updates the law by requiring agencies to focus on actual impacts to park resources. That's not visitors' videos. The Film Act is a win for the First Amendment and for common sense management of our public lands. But this piece of legislation, there's lots and lots of very good component parts to this. It also includes something called Connect Our Parks, the Connect Our Parks Act. That bill ensures visitors to our national parks have access to cell phone service, realizing how vital that is to save someone's life if they find themselves lost, stranded, can't find their way back. It directs the National Park Service to assess where broadband and cellular service is lacking in each park. The Park Service will then develop a plan on how to improve these services over time. This has been long overdue, Mr. President. The legislation also includes something called the CAPE Act. The CAPE Act is a conservation victory for specifically Grand Teton National Park's native bighorn sheep. And of course, Grand Teton National Park is in my home state of Wyoming. These iconic animals are threatened by non-native mountain goats. Through coordinated efforts with the U.S. Park Service, volunteers play a major role in helping to conserve the bighorn sheep by culling the non-native goats. And current law gives discretion to the Park Service to donate the meat obtained during these wildlife management activities. Unfortunately, the rest of the animal goes to waste. The CAPE Act would allow the Park Service to donate the hides and the horns to the volunteers who help protect our native bighorn sheep. Finally, Mr. President, let me conclude by reminding all those viewing today that Americans love to recreate outdoors. Whether it's hunting or fishing, hiking or skiing, we need to support these and many other activities by modernizing the very way that the government manages them. The Explore Act does this, and I am glad that the Senate has passed it. I'm grateful for the co-sponsorship and the hard work and the work together I've done with Senator Manchin, and I'm so very grateful that Senator Cruz would come to the floor and in such a gracious way help us with the passage of this important piece of legislation on the Senate floor today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, is the Senate in a quorum call?
No, it is not.
I come to the floor today because the funding for the federal government is going to run out at midnight tomorrow night. And what's happening right now in the House is a manufactured crisis that's been created by Donald Trump, President-elect, and his billionaire friend, Elon Musk, and their Republicans in the House of Representatives. Now, President-elect Trump hasn't even been sworn into office yet, and already he's thrown the government into chaos. That's really unfortunate, because the people who are going to be hurt the most are the ones that we serve as representatives, as senators, right here in Congress, and that's the American people. Shutting down the government just days before Christmas means that thousands of federal workers will be forced to work without pay. In New Hampshire, our farmers could lose out on disaster aid that they need to recover from devastating crop losses last year. The health clinics that are vital to Granite Staters will shutter. The Coast Guard wouldn't get the funding it needs for repairs at the Portsmouth station, and that's particularly important because what those Coast Guard ships do is to escort in nuclear submarines to the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. And everyone in Congress should know that one of our most fundamental responsibilities as elected officials is to keep the federal government open and operating. Instead, we're here today facing our 5th lapse in funding in 11 years, all because there are a few extremists who are being egged on by an unelected billionaire, are refusing to do their duty, and Speaker Johnson is allowing them to push us to the brink. We have seen repeatedly now that these shutdowns hurt the country. They hurt our states, they hurt our constituents. The 2019 shutdown cost the American economy more than $10 billion. And this shutdown, if it occurs, is likely to cost more than $2 billion a week. So again, let me repeat that, because for an incoming administration that claims to be focused on fiscal responsibility, that claims to be looking for efficiencies in government, what Elon Musk, the head of this commission that's supposed to look for efficiencies, what he's doing is going to cost our country $2 billion each week. That doesn't sound like fiscal responsibility to me. And in New Hampshire, the effect of these shutdowns is felt across the state. If government shuts down, small businesses across New Hampshire may be unable to sign new contracts, start new projects. Just last year, 845 companies in New Hampshire received contracts from the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security. And during a government shutdown, these small businesses and their employees will be adversely affected. They won't be able to plan for the future. That would cause real uncertainty on the business owners and on their employees. Now, the supplemental emergency disaster funding would have addressed a number of critical needs that we have in New Hampshire. Like many other states, New Hampshire's been hit by a number of disasters over the last few years. Now, we've been more fortunate than some of the states that our colleagues represent because we haven't been hit in the same way that Florida, the Carolinas, Virginia were by the hurricanes. But we still have very serious recovery needs. The disaster funding that's been paired with the continuing resolution would address some of New Hampshire's recovery needs. And as I mentioned earlier, this unnecessary crisis would block disaster relief from getting to the farmers in New Hampshire and across the country who urgently need it. For example, in New Hampshire, our farmers experienced extreme losses in 2023 due to natural disasters from frost and flooding. I've heard from many apple growers from our stone crops, apples, peaches, that some of those farmers lost from 80 to 100% of their crops in 2023. And while it doesn't seem like a lot of money and not huge farms like we have in some parts of the country. For those farmers who are affected, it's their livelihood. And unlike large single crop farms in many other states, our small fruit and vegetable growers in New Hampshire typically don't have access to other federal agricultural support programs. More than 90% of our farmers in New Hampshire don't have crop insurance because crop insurance doesn't work for our farms. That's why this emergency disaster relief is just so critical. Another example for us in New Hampshire is our Coast Guard station in Newcastle. It was severely damaged during January storms. The seawall was breached in a number of places, and the boathouse was wrenched from its mooring. As a result, the station is in need of significant repairs. The bill that's been negotiated and agreed to by Republicans and Democrats, the bill that the House now is saying they're not going to support, it would provide over $210 million to repair Coast Guard facilities around the country, including the Newcastle station in New Hampshire. Now, unless these supplemental funds are appropriated, the station in New Hampshire will be more susceptible to future storm damage. It will need more extensive and expensive repairs in the future. Again, that doesn't sound like government efficiency to me. It sounds like somebody's not paying attention. And like almost every other state in the country, New Hampshire has been hit by a number of storms that have led to presidential disaster declarations. Communities in our state are still rebuilding. So the $29 billion that's in the Disaster Relief Fund are important for New Hampshire to ensure that this fund is solvent when cities, counties, and towns submit reimbursements. The package that is on hold in the House also includes funding to address an emergency outbreak of spruce budworm that threatens forests in Maine and New Hampshire. And just to be clear, Mr. President, New Hampshire is the second most heavily forested state in the country, after Maine. We know that this outbreak is coming from Canada, it's affecting our states, and it could have a major impact on our timber industry if we don't do something about it now. The funding in the bill would allow us to address this before it wipes out significant portions of our timber stand. And last year I met with a group of housing stakeholders, home builders, realtors, housing developers, tenant advocates, to hear how a shutdown would worsen New Hampshire's existing housing crisis. We currently have a vacancy rate, a rental vacancy rate of 0.6%. We know that a healthy housing market usually has about a 5% vacancy rate. So at 0.6%, we desperately need more housing. A shutdown will slow progress on new construction. It will risk hundreds of housing units that are under construction now at a time when we really urgently need them. And for those low-income households who depend on mortgages that are backed by the Federal Housing Administration or the U.S. Department of Agriculture, they may miss out on buying their first homes because they won't be able to get a loan. Now, we've also heard from nonprofit organizations in New Hampshire who have shared that 44% of adults that they serve are reporting food insecurity, even at what our current funding levels for women, infants, and children. The WIC program, Women, Infants, and Children, helps feed more than 12,000 people in New Hampshire. And if we don't act now, funding to continue to support thousands of women and newborns will be at risk. So, let me say it again. This harm is being inflicted on women, children, and families, and it is avoidable. Our colleagues in the House, the Republican majority, could end this today. They could end it right now if they would pass the deal that they negotiated, that has been months in negotiations, that both Democrats and Republicans in both the House and Senate have agreed to. Furthermore, in terms of the federal government, It employs more than 2 million Americans in civilian activities across the country. 80% of those federal workers are outside of Washington, D.C. In New Hampshire, there are about 5,000 federal workers, and a quarter of them are veterans. They're air traffic controllers, they're Forest Service rangers, they're Custom and Border Patrol agents, they're safety inspectors. We have more than 1 million uniformed military, including 1,100 in New Hampshire, who may be affected. They'll be forced to work in defense and protection of our nation without getting paid. It is shameful and it is unacceptable. And during the last shutdown, federal employees had to visit food banks to help get meals when they missed paychecks. And there is no guarantee that the employees of federal contractors will be able to get back pay. As we remember, the last time we had to pass specific legislation to ensure that those people who lost their pay were able to get reimbursed. Now, I've also had the honor of serving as chair of the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee for the past year. Small businesses are the lifeblood of New Hampshire's economy. In fact, they account for more than 99% of all the businesses in our state. 2/3 of the jobs that are created, not just in New Hampshire, but across this country, come from small businesses. And yet the SBA has been unable to give out disaster loans for more than 2 months now. That leaves more than 10,000 hurricane survivors with approved loans that they're not going to get funding for unless we pass this disaster funding. And this isn't a partisan issue. Thousands of families and businesses in Virginia, in North Carolina, in Florida, and Georgia are waiting for these funds. They're in limbo, and here we are, not even a week, less than a week before Christmas. And we're saying to all of those people who have been waiting for months, I'm sorry, we're not going to fund you because billionaire Elon Musk said, don't pass this legislation because it's too expensive. Well, he needs to look at what the cost is of not passing that legislation. And should the federal government close, it is not hyperbole to say that we will be leaving our most vulnerable without proper care this Christmas. I recently met with community health center leaders from New Hampshire. They talked about what they do in their communities. We know that our community health centers provide daily care for uninsured patients, for those who can't afford expensive health insurance, who live with terrible diseases like diabetes and cancer. Our community health centers are the cornerstone of our health care safety net, and they rely on federal funding to keep their doors open and provide life-saving care to Americans. But about 70% of community health center funding is going to expire if we don't pass the spending package. Should that funding disappear, health clinics across the country will be forced to close, and the communities they serve will suffer the consequences. The people who President-elect Trump promised to protect are the people who are going to get hurt. And if the shutdown drags on, inspections and enforcement that prevent air and water pollution will cease. That puts public health at risk, especially in our most vulnerable communities. And with a lapse in appropriations, the Forest Service has to stop issuing contracts, including for timber sales, which in New Hampshire, even for a short period of time, can have ripple effects through our local economies because we have towns that depend on that timber economy. A shutdown also leaves forest ranger stations in New Hampshire closed right as we're starting the winter recreation season. And a prolonged government shutdown will lead to delays for food assistance, to Meals on Wheels, where in New Hampshire we have more than 20,000 seniors who will be threatened by or currently experiencing hunger if they don't get their Meals on Wheels. Nationwide, more than 1.5 million meals are provided in states each year. So a shutdown needlessly risks health and well-being. And we know the other thing that's in the package that the House is objecting to is the extension of telehealth benefits for people who need it. Again, an effective, efficient way to provide health care, and they're objecting to it. As chair of the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee that funds the Departments of Commerce and Justice as well as our science agencies, I'm also concerned that 84% of Department of Commerce employees, about 44,000, will be furloughed if we can't get a continuing resolution done to keep the government open. This includes National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration employees who protect life and property on the job. Also, we have 84% of Department of Justice staff who would be considered essential workers but would be forced to work without pay. In New Hampshire, we have a federal prison in northern New Hampshire that is very important. It's a medium security prison. And what we would be asking those correction officers, those other employees of the prison, is to work without pay, to take an IOU until the government's funded again. So I think this is actually very simple. Democrats and Republicans negotiated in good faith. We agreed to keep the government open through a negotiated process. We agreed to provide disaster relief and to support critical needs for working families. We were ready to vote so we could keep the lights on here, so we could turn the Christmas lights on at home for so many working people across this country. And now, because the world's richest man, Elon Musk, doesn't understand what this bill actually does or how government works, we're facing a shutdown that is going to force Americans to work without pay during the holidays. It's going to leave communities in the lurch without the funding they need to rebuild from the recent natural disasters. So I urge Speaker Johnson to do the right thing. Stick to the agreement he made just this week. Let's bring this deal to the floor, let's get this done, and let's help the people across the country who need the support that we've promised. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was scheduled a couple days ago to come here to the Senate floor to talk about what measures the United States could be taking now to help relieve the suffering in Sudan, and I plan to get to that topic. But since I plan to come talk about that, we have seen this disaster unfolding on Capitol Hill, where an agreement that had been reached in a bipartisan manner between Democrats and Republicans, between the House and the Senate, to prevent a government shutdown and to support critical priorities around the country, how that bipartisan agreement got blown up because of a tweet from Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. And we don't know if he's just decided that he's going to be sort of the kingmaker on Capitol Hill. All I do know is that that was shortly followed by tweets from the president-elect and other members of the Trump family. Who's leading who here, we don't know. All we know is that the end result is very bad for the American people, because federal employees provide all sorts of vital services, from air traffic controllers to nurses and doctors and veterans, hospitals, to the people who look out for the safety of our food. Some of them will be prevented from coming to work. Others will be asked to go to work without their salary during that period of time. All of that will disrupt the country, and all of that was avoidable. In fact, if the Speaker of the House had just stuck to the agreement that he had reached over a period of weeks, we would not be in this situation, sort of heading toward a government shutdown with last-minute demands made by tweet. In my state of Maryland, we had a provision to deal with the disaster of the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore City. We all know the story there. A big ship hit the pylon, brought down the bridge. We lost a number of souls who had been working on that bridge. We worked to get the debris out of the bottom of the river so that we could reopen the port, but the next step is to replace the Key Bridge. And just as the country came together to support the people in Minnesota after the collapse of the Minneapolis Bridge, the Maryland delegation is asking the same of our colleagues. And we were heartened by the fact that Republicans and Democrats did come together in the spirit of all for one and one for all to help Maryland, just as we're helping other states, red states, blue states, purple states. At the bottom line, the important thing is they're red, white, and blue states, and we're helping the people in all those states in their hour of hurt after disasters hit their states. I heard our colleague from North Carolina, Senator Tillis, who's worked very hard to get relief for the people of North Carolina, talking about how he doesn't, plan to support any continuing resolution that doesn't include relief for the people of North Carolina. And that is the sentiment we should all share, not only because it's the right thing to do, but because we recognized it was the right thing to do when we negotiated that bipartisan agreement. So this moment should be a wake-up call to everybody as we look to the next 4 years, because this republic will be on very shaky grounds if one or two tweets can throw the whole place into disarray and lead us toward a government shutdown. I will also point out the fact that the president-elect asked for an early increase in the nation's debt ceiling sent a very clear signal as to what his priority is. His priority is to cut taxes for very rich people and very big corporations. And to make that easier, they want to raise the debt ceiling now, rather than take responsibility for it themselves down the road. So this is a preview of what the priorities of the incoming administration are and the lengths that they're prepared to go to bring this place to a halt to achieve their goals. And by the way, I'm sure that the richest guy in the world will just get even richer with those tax cuts that would be coming down the line. So I really urge our Republican colleagues in the House to keep their word, stick with the agreement that we reached. It's a compromise agreement. It has things in it that I would not have put in it if I were to draft this myself. And it leaves things out that I'd like to see included. That's the nature of compromise in divided government, which we have right now. So, Mr. President, I really hope that smarter, cooler heads will prevail, and not when they get a tweet that says jump, say, how high should I jump? But to really think about whether that's the way to govern in the years ahead. So, Mr. President, now I do want to turn to the matter that I had planned to talk about before this latest disruption, and that is the terrible ongoing killings, starvation, and humanitarian disaster in Sudan. 2 weeks ago, I came to this Senate floor to discuss this same issue and to explain why I had filed what's known as a Joint Resolution of Disapproval, a JRD, to block the Biden administration's request to send offensive weapons, including advanced rockets and missiles worth $1.2 billion to the United Arab Emirates. I was joined in filing a joint resolution of disapproval by my House colleague, Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs. She filed that on the House side. And as I said when I introduced that joint resolution of disapproval, it was based on credible reports and investigations, including by the United Nations, that found that the UAE has been transferring arms to a group called the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan, further fueling this terrible conflict that has already claimed thousands and thousands of lives and created one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. And it's my view that the United States should use all of our leverage to help bring peace and stability to the people of Sudan. It's the right thing to do from a humanitarian point of view. It's also in America's interests to stop the fighting. And certainly, the United States should not be rewarding any country that is fueling the conflict. That's why Congresswoman Jacobs and I filed that JRD, because we want to use our influence to prevent the United Arab Emirates from sending weapons to the murderous RSF. And after we filed the joint resolution of disapproval, we wrote a letter to President Biden, dated December 2nd, 2024, outlining our goals, and again, stressing the fact that the objective was not to end arms transfers forever to the UAE. The objective was to use our leverage to get the UAE to stop sending weapons to the RSF, which the United States has charged with war crimes and ethnic cleansing in Sudan. So I'm here on the floor 2 weeks later to say that yesterday we received a letter from the Biden administration, specifically from the White House coordinator for the Middle East and North Africa, Brett McGurk, stating, and I'm going to quote here from the letter, stating that the UAE has informed the administration that it is not now transferring any weapons to the RSF and will not do so going forward. The letter goes on to say the administration will work with relevant departments and agencies to monitor for indicators of the credibility and reliability of these assurances provided by the UAE. And by January 17th, I commit to providing you with the executive branch's up-to-date assessment in that regard. And Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to put this letter in the record.
Without objection.
Because we've achieved our objective, which is to get the UAE to provide those assurances to the Biden administration, and to get the Biden administration to assure us that they will monitor compliance with those assurances, we will not be insisting on a vote on the JRD at this time, which is our right because it's a privilege motion that can be brought up at any time. But I want to thank the Biden administration. I want to thank the White House and the National Security Council for working with us to achieve what I know are our mutual objectives, which is to prevent the RSD from getting arms from any party. If you look at what's happening there, you will find the situation getting worse and worse. Since the brutal conflict in Sudan began between the Sudanese armed forces and the Rapid Support Forces back in April 2023, a staggering 11.8 million people have been displaced within Sudan or fled to neighboring countries. More than half the population, that's 25 million people, face acute food insecurity. And while the total casualty numbers have been difficult to determine, a study from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine's Sudan Research Group estimates that more than 60,000 people have died in the Khartoum region alone between April 2023 and June 2024. And in a hearing before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, a committee on which I serve, the U.S. Special Envoy to Sudan, Tom Perriello, suggested that the total death toll could be as high as 150,000 people. Both the RSF and the SAF have worsened this crisis, with both parties credibly accused of using starvation as a weapon of war by intentionally blocking humanitarian aid from reaching those most in need. The United States has determined that both the RSF and the SAF have committed war crimes. The State Department has also concluded that the Rapid Support Forces have committed crimes against humanity and ethnic cleansing. I want to remind my colleagues that this organization, the Rapid Support Forces, traces its roots to the Janjaweed militias and is led by a man known as Hamedi, who, along with others in the RSF, participated in the genocide in Darfur in the early 2000s. So these are bad people, and we should not be helping any country or sending arms to any country that is aiding and abetting their actions in Sudan. And yet, that's what credible reports have shown. In January, a UN panel of experts documented credible allegations that the UAE was violating the Darfur arms embargo, which was first established back in 2005 to stop the genocide in Darfur. These findings have been corroborated by credible human rights organizations and an independent investigation by the New York Times, which found that the UAE smuggled weapons to the RSF under the guise of humanitarian aid. That's why it was important that we act. The United States is trying to reach an end to the conflict. We should not be sending any weapons to any country that is helping fuel that conflict. So I appreciate the administration's willingness to work with us to obtain such assurances from the UAE and to create an accountability mechanism to monitor its compliance with those commitments. And I want to thank my colleagues here, Senator Cardin, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, my colleague from Maryland, Senator Schumer, the leader, and their teams for working with us and the administration to get those assurances from the UAE and to create that accountability structure to monitor compliance with those assurances. And while I will not be seeking a vote on the JRD today, if in January the administration determines that the UAE has not been compliant with those promises, commitments, and assurances, then of course we retain the right to refile the joint resolution of disapproval in the new Congress to block arms sales from the United States to the UAE, that $1.3 billion sale. As President Biden said in September of this year, and I quote, "The United States will not abandon our commitment to the people of Sudan who deserve freedom, peace, and justice. We call on all parties to this conflict to end the violence and refrain from fueling it for the future of Sudan and for all the Sudanese people," unquote. And that is why our message has been that any country that is supplying any actor in this brutal civil war must stop doing so. That is why Congresswoman Jacobs and I filed the joint resolution of disapproval against the proposed arms sales to the UAE, because they have, based on credible allegations, been sending weapons to the murderous RSF. That's also why we will not seek a vote now on that JRD, because the Biden administration received those assurances that I just read out loud on the Senate floor from the UAE and has committed to monitoring them. So let's hope this puts an end to the chapter of the UAE sending weapons to this murderous organization where so many were responsible for the genocide in Darfur 20 years ago and who today, according to the United States government, are committing war crimes, crimes against humanity, and ethnic cleansing. We should do everything in our power as a country to end that suffering. And that is why we took the measure we did, and that's why I'm grateful that the administration worked with us to reach this point, and it's why we will continue to monitor this situation to make sure that those arms shipments do not happen in the future. I thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Vermont.
I rise today to speak about the concern everyone in this chamber has about the jeopardy of disaster assistance to the communities that so desperately need it. We had an agreement. We had an agreement that was reached between House Republicans and Democrats in bipartisan agreement here in the Senate. And it was to provide desperately needed disaster relief to citizens who were in the eye of storms in Vermont, in North Carolina, in Iowa, in Texas, $100 million. And what that meant in Vermont was that communities that had put money out to fix culverts, to repair bridges, to realign roads, and who were expecting the money from FEMA in this disaster assistance suddenly are on hold. Will they get it? And we don't know at this moment. Farms, where farmers had lost their crops in July of 23, and we had another flood in July of 24, and where couples who were running these farms and making existential decisions about whether they could keep farming, and we need them. We need them to be able to keep farming. We need it for Vermont, and we need it to show respect for our farmers, are awaiting an answer as to whether this disaster relief will come through. This is going to be a huge impact on Vermont. Our property taxpayers who suffer from enormously high property taxes, they'll be pounded if that relief doesn't get back to those communities where they fronted money for that culvert repair, the bridge repair, the road repair. And our small businesses that have been hammered as well and are awaiting an answer on whether they can get relief from the assistance in that program. And homeowners who have been told that they can get money for a buyout because their home was destroyed in a flood. And what a horrible thing for folks to have to go through. A lot of that happened in July of 2023. But then to have to go through the constant uncertainty and bureaucratic delays that have been so rampant in FEMA. And we had this moment where $100 billion was going to be available to help in Vermont and other states where this relief is necessary. And it's not right that after we have this agreement negotiated on a bipartisan basis is pulled out from underneath us. And by the way, one of the great experiences I've had in the United States Senate was working with colleagues, my Republican colleagues, like Tom Tillis and like Ted Budd from North Carolina, whose citizens suffered an enormous loss from what happened in Hurricane Helene. Wiped out bookstores in Asheville, restaurants in Asheville needing help. And it was so gratifying to me to see that all of us, whether we represented folks in a red state or a blue state, whether the constituents who were in need voted for Trump or Harris, it just didn't matter. Our obligation was to help them. And that is a basic responsibility that this Congress has when our citizens, through no fault of their own, suffer enormous economic loss as a result of a natural weather event. We had this agreement. What happened? Literally, we had this agreement. Speaker Johnson signed off on it. Leadership here signed off on it. Mr. Musk sent out a tweet. He didn't like it, and he blew the entire thing up. And how is it that one person can have so much power to destroy something that the American people really need? $277 million contribution to a campaign gets you a seat at the table, maybe the head seat at the table. And that flat out is wrong. The American people, those folks who suffered in Asheville, North Carolina, in Lyndonville, Vermont, they are entitled to immediate action. So we don't know what the next few hours are going to be. But what I know is that I will not abandon Vermonters. I will not abandon Americans who are counting on this disaster relief. I am going to hang in there to make certain that I do every single thing I can to help the Vermonters and the North Carolinians and the folks in Iowa, in Texas, in Louisiana, who have been in the path of these terrible storms. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Our Senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. In a few moments, I'll be asking unanimous consent on a special person to be the federal co-chair of the Great Lakes Authority. But let me speak a little bit first about him. Matthew Kaplan has been nominated to serve as the federal co-chair of the Great Lakes Authority, and he really is an excellent choice for co-chair. I'm so pleased that his nomination was reported out of the EPW committee by voice vote in November. Matthew and I have a connection through his work for Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur, who is my partner in creating the Great Lakes Authority, which we successfully created back in 2022. I'm so proud that we secured the first batch of funding to be able to start the program earlier this year. And by combining federal money with state resources, the Great Lakes Authority will serve as a new economic development agency for the Great Lakes region. And let me say, most regions of the country already have an economic development authority. The Great Lakes are one of just a couple that have not had over the years. And so this fills that gap, and I'm pleased that I was originally working with this on Senator Rob Portman here in the Senate, and our great Marcy Kaptur has been the champion in the House. This important partnership will give state and local governments the tools they need to promote economic development and job creation, restore and protect our Great Lakes, ensure the region continues to lead on manufacturing, and so much more. Matt is a terrific nominee to lead the new authority. He was a key advisor to Congresswoman Kaptur in her leadership of the Energy and Water Appropriations Subcommittee, the bipartisan and bicameral Great Lakes Task Force, and in drafting the legislation to create the Great Lakes Authority. This experience will undoubtedly help him hit the ground running in his role as federal co-chair. He is also eager to be a change maker on behalf of the region. I urge the Senate to advance his nomination by unanimous consent so that Matthew can get to work. And with that, Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent that, as if in executive session, the Senate consider the following nomination on calendar 834, Matthew Kaplan to be federal co-chair of the Great Lakes Authority, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The objection is heard. Yes. Our Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, I appreciate the passion and sincerity and the hard work of my friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from Michigan, and who's a dear friend and whose presence I will miss here. We have a situation in which We've got a new administration coming on board, and President-elect Trump has asked that we hold off on confirming additional presidential nominees until he gets into office. It's an understandable request, a request that particularly in these circumstances I agree with, and on that basis I object. Thank you.
Objection is heard.
Madam President.
Senator from Virginia.
Madam President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Madam President, as I come to the floor today, as we all know, this is a time of incredible international instability. If you turn on the news, you're confronted with tragic images of conflict and displacement in Gaza and the West Bank, broader violence and upheaval in the Middle East and Syria and Lebanon, and the ongoing violence in Ukraine with Russia's illegal invasion. Now, each of these crises deserve our attention. But many of us may not know. If you look all across the world in terms of what conflict are there more people impacted daily, either through hunger, humanitarian, or literally acts of war, where are there more deaths than Gaza, Ukraine, and Middle East combined? And that is the ongoing war in Sudan. This is a conflict between two warring parties, no good guys here, fueled by external actors, in which violence has caused tens of millions to flee their homes, and has left more than half of Sudan's 50 million population literally on the brink of starvation. The International Rescue Committee recently affirmed that this is the biggest humanitarian crisis ever recorded. Think about that. Bigger than Darfur 20 years ago, bigger than some of us who remember the We Are the World and the horrible tragedy of starvation in Ethiopia. This is the biggest humanitarian crisis ever recorded. Yet, for the most part, the Sudanese people feel forgotten by the world. I rise today because this conflict must not be ignored, and because America must lead, not back away, in times like these when suffering and terror are at their peak. At the heart of this crisis is the ongoing violence between the Sudanese Armed Forces, or they're called SAF, and the Rapid Support Forces, RSF, fighting for control over this country. It is estimated the fighting and resulting flood crisis have killed upwards of more than 100,000 Sudanese and left literally millions on the verge of starvation. Both SAF and RSF have inflicted horrible tragedies and atrocities on the people of Sudan. The State Department has accused members of both SAF and RSF of war crimes, while the members of the RSF and allied militias stand accused of crimes against humanity and ethnic cleansing. A recent United Nations report documents large-scale human rights and international humanitarian law violations by both sides. And also, particularly with RSF, horrific alleged sexual crimes, including, quote, widespread sexual and gender-based violence, rape, sexual slavery, abduction, and recruitment, abuse, and use of children in hostilities. These atrocities over nearly 2 years of conflict have left the Sudanese population, more than 50 million in total, over 25 million of those, in desperate need of food assistance. Health and sanitation conditions have contributed to spiraling outbreaks of cholera, malaria, dengue fever, and other diseases. Our ambassador to the United Nations said in recent months that this conflict and resulting conditions placed on millions of Sudanese, quote, are on the verge of generational famine. Due to these conditions, more than 14 million Sudanese have been forced to flee their homes, with large numbers actually seeking refuge in neighboring countries, which, again, risked broader destabilization. I think one of the newest countries in the world, very poor, South Sudan. If you're fleeing to South Sudan or Chad or Ethiopia, because Sudan is in such challenging states, that could lead to destabilization across all of East Africa. You know, and as much as we cite these statistics, the real truth is we don't really know, because this civil war has, for the most part, completely excluded all outside media. what I've learned over the last year, and there are other members of this body who've spoken on this issue, the one thing that's clear to me, this is a catastrophe. First and foremost, the Sudanese people need humanitarian aid and aid workers, humanitarian actors, and local Sudanese volunteers need safe access to respond. But despite public promises to the contrary, both SAF and the RSF have consistently erected physical and bureaucratic barriers to deny, delay, and otherwise hinder humanitarian aid from reaching those displaced civilians, and even at times targeting and literally killing aid workers. As we mark the human tragedies of this conflict, we must also recognize the conflict's political tragedy. The outbreak of this violence a couple years ago just came after the historic pro-democracy protests that swept parts of Sudan in 2019, when literally hundreds of civic, professional, and political organizations came to call for an end and actually just got rid of then President Omar al-Bashir's government. That government had lasted since 1989 for 30 years. And it had, again, a historic record of deprived citizens and trampling on human rights. So what happened was these groups came together, ousted Bashir with the promise of a democracy government. Yet both sides, after a year or so of some back and forth, instead started this warring civil war that, rather than bring democratic reform, has again brought unprecedented levels of violence, brutality, and deprivation. Now, the Biden administration has helped. They are currently the largest donor of humanitarian aid. And just today, added $200 million more to that humanitarian aid. The Biden administration, again, through the special envoy for Sudan, Tom Perriello, a former congressman from Virginia, I might add, has leveraged sanctions to pressure actors fueling the conflict. And that has resulted in increased humanitarian aid into the country, and has particularly provided critical assistance to local responders, including the Sudanese emergency response rooms, which were community members in Sudan at oftentimes at risk of their own lives, have been truly incredible on the ground. They actually were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Yet, despite this aid, the violence continues to escalate, not de-escalate. And starvation, disease, and death are increasing, not decreasing. So we can't just look at the current conditions and say anything other than the following: that we, and frankly the world, has come up short on this conflict. The vacuum created by the lack of a coordinated international response has been filled by a considerable degree of outside influence, with foreign governments and foreign entities, frankly, backing proxies on both sides. Russia, always willing to spend and spread mischief, is actually fueling parts of warring factions on both sides. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, in many ways are allies. They have supported humanitarian aid, but at the same time, they've almost created a proxy battle, with UAE supporting the RSF, and oftentimes Saudi Arabia and Egypt supporting SAF, which really needs to be called out. Foreign business entities are profiting literally billions and billions of dollars from this conflict. This week, I sent a letter to President Biden, along with Senator Risch and other bipartisan colleagues, urging the administration to take additional steps to ensure that humanitarian aid continues to flow, and that the actual external parties who are fueling the conflict be held accountable, including in particular the administration to sanction business entities profiting from the illegal and illicit smuggling of Sudanese gold. Many of us remember the conflicts in Central Africa years ago with blood diamonds. In many ways, in size and scale, the profiting coming from mining, extraction, and then smuggling of Sudanese gold dwarfs those other activities. Truth is, Sudan is one of Africa's largest gold producers and one of the world's largest gold producers, and has a gold industry literally worth billions of dollars. And while both SAF and RSF control some of the mines, the RSF controls the vast majority, and over the past decade, its leadership has frankly funded a lot of itself by taking that gold and illegally smuggling it to then raise money for arms, for propaganda, and to fund their efforts. The United States Department of Treasury has identified gold operations as a vital source of revenue for the RSF. And this has been documented by the United Nations, that these revenues go directly into fueling this conflict. And while the true scale of this whole illicit gold network is obscured, the truth is most of this gold's ending up in companies in the UAE. Reports have further linked not only this gold going to the UAE, but also the notorious Russia Wagner Group has been skimming off part of this and using these funds to support conflict from Wagner Group, not only in other proxy wars in Africa, but also back to help Russia in Ukraine. Now, finally, the Treasury Department has taken steps in recent months to designate certain commercial entities in the UAE for sanctions, but more can and must be done to disrupt these revenue streams. We must stop all of the revenue that's going to funding, again, the conflict where more people are displaced and die every day than Gaza and Ukraine combined. Through tools like the Global Magnitsky Act and executive orders already in the books, the administration can and must hold to account not only the warring parties, but also these external actors who are aiding and abetting this conflict. And we must stop these foreign entities, some who are our allies, from arming these warring parties. As I mentioned before, there are detailed and well-reported allegations from news organizations and from our intelligence community about foreign weapons and other support into the hands of both RSF and SAF. Media reports point to alleged involvement, as I mentioned, from many countries, Saudi, UAE, Egypt, into arms in this region. And while there are decades-old arms embargoes that impacted the Darfur region in Sudan, this new conflict is at a new scale and takes in wide swaths of the country that weren't in conflict in Darfur. It's time for the United States, alongside its allies and partners, to urge the UN Security Council to expand the existing Darfur embargo across all of Sudan. We must make clear to all countries around the world that any foreign government or entity that is providing support for either side of this civil war that allows it to continue to drag on, to have this massive worst humanitarian crisis ever, those entities must be held accountable. And beyond foreign actors stopping support to warring parties, it's incumbent on all of these countries, many which we have very close relationships, to work towards a ceasefire and a civilian government in Sudan. There's also more that can actually be done here at home. Last spring, my colleague, Senator Kaine, and I called on the Biden administration to issue a new temporary protected status, which we call TPS, for certain Sudanese individuals living in the U.S. who are unable to return to their country due to this conflict. I was pleased that in August of last year, the administration took that step, allowing those individuals not to go back to this worst conflict in the world. The problem is that designation runs out next spring. And I call on the administration to extend that designation before they leave office. One of the things that we're proud of in Virginia is that we are home to a large Sudanese diaspora. I'm lucky enough to have part of that Sudanese diaspora. I'm proud to have work on my staff, one of my rising legislative assistant stars. And I have heard from those members of that community on a regular basis that we got to do more. The fact is, the Sudanese people didn't ask for this war. They actually threw out a dictator 30 years to say we ought to bring a democracy. The rest of the world focused a little bit of attention, but then when it got messy, kind of turned away. We need a government in Sudan that reflects the struggle that the young people and civil society groups brought in 2019 and not have that promise sniffed out. We find ourselves about a month away from a new administration in Washington. Now, I've worked and pledged to work with the incoming Trump administration where I can. I'll make the appeal right now that Sudan should be one of those areas. We've got to make sure that we show American leadership in this crisis. The truth is, if we could actually resolve this major conflict in Africa, where we show that we care about Africans killing Africans, supported by outside forces that we call our allies in certain ways, we could do remarkable things in terms of restoring America's image as a protector of democracy and the aspirations of people all over the world. We've got to also make sure that all of the international partners continue to work to bring humanitarian assistance and put their pressure as well on the funders and suppliers of the arms that go into this conflict. There are more things the administration can do. The unfortunate truth is this probably won't be resolved by January 20th. One of the things that was in the NDAA that I know the President will sign will be a more permanent status for the special envoy on Sudan. It's my hope that the Trump administration will choose someone of similar caliber to Tom Perriello to continue this critically important role. Again, I want to thank friends like the incoming chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, Jim Risch, partner with this. This is a bipartisan issue. We can't let it lie fallow any longer. We can't forget that when we turn on these images and we see Gaza, Ukraine, Lebanon, Syria, that there's something actually worse happening in Africa that we could help bring a conclusion to. I know we can do more. I pray we will do more. And with that, Madam President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will the senator hold his suggestion?
Yes, I will hold my objection.
Thank you.
I will not note the absence of a quorum.
Madam President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to talk about a subject you know a lot about as we share serving the great state of Nevada. I'm here to talk about public land management in Nevada and the challenges that my state, our state, is facing as our communities continue to grow. Some in this chamber may be unaware, but my state of Nevada is unique. We have the highest percentage of land owned by the federal government. 85% of our state is made up of federal land. Let me repeat that, 85%. This means Nevada has to rely on federal legislation to do things like making land available, to provide more affordable housing, more schools, more parks, more churches, more fire stations, police departments in every single county in Nevada. So think about that. We need to pass bills here in Congress in Washington and have the president sign them into law to do local things that most other states can just have their local governments do. And that's why in Washoe County, the second largest county in the state. Those types of everyday actions, well, they just haven't been taken in years, and we're starting to feel it. Over the last few decades, Nevada's brought in new industries and created good-paying jobs in and around Washoe County. From Reno to Sparks, we're creating jobs in technology, critical minerals, battery recycling, and so much more. And this is leading to an economic and population boom that frankly is helping our residents prosper. But it's also placing a great strain on things like the supply of housing. But again, because 85% of Nevada is made up of public lands, Washoe County relies on resource management plans to grow our community. Well, sad to say this, but the current plans on the books, and you know this well too, Madam President, they're more than 20 years old. So even as the population of the county has grown more than twice the rate of the overall U.S. population in the last decade, we're using current plans over 20 years old. As our state grows and more people move in, it's critical that we take steps to manage responsible growth and development of our local communities so we protect our beautiful public lands, we support our tribes and economic development alike. Without new federal legislation, Washoe County is stuck. They're just stuck. It can't grow, can't accommodate its increasing population, and it can't protect the spaces that people recreate or come to visit in our beautiful state. And for the last few years, I've been working closely with a diverse range of local stakeholders, from conservation and outdoor recreation groups to local governments and tribal leadership, to draft a proposal that has the best balance. You know, we released a working draft, and we took public input from Nevadans, and we developed my Truckee Meadows Public Land Management Act, or as we know it, the Washoe County Lands Bill. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the bill. My bill is balanced. It's thoughtful. It has a thoughtful approach that I've worked on for more than 4 years to do a few things. Well, we got to allow for new economic development opportunities. We have to make more land available for affordable housing. This is on the top of everyone's list. We wanted to protect nearly 1 million acres of land for recreation in our gorgeous state. We want to convey parcels to local entities for public purposes like schools and water treatment facilities. And we want to place some of our lands into trust for 3 different tribes in northern Nevada. This bill has broad local support from Republicans and Democrats alike in Nevada. I introduced the final version of this bill nearly 1 year ago. It's gone through a committee hearing, it's been marked up, and it's been passed out of committee. My team and I have spent years discussing this legislation with relevant committees, and for months, literally for months, we've been working to include this bill in a public lands package. We've consistently reached out to senators and staffs on both sides of the aisle to get the bill passed, a bill very specific to Nevada for the benefit of Nevadans. And we have an open door for any recommended changes to get this critical legislation across the finish line. And yet, we still haven't been able to get a vote here in the Senate. And one thing I want to tell you for sure, Madam President, is I am not going to allow typical Washington gridlock like we've seen here to block this bill that my constituents, our constituents, are relying on for more affordable housing, for stronger communities, and for protecting lands. So today, I'm taking matters into my own hands. I stand here today asking for my colleagues' cooperation to support the state of Nevada, to support our ability to grow and build our communities, and protect and preserve the beauty in our great state, and support the passage of my Washoe County Lands Bill by unanimous consent. So, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 604, S3593, that the committee report of the substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a 3rd time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam President. Reserving the right to object. This bill does two things, as my friend and colleague from Nevada mentioned. It would eliminate multiple use management from hundreds of thousands of acres of federal land. It would also grant authority for the Secretary of Interior to convey thousands of acres of federal land to local governments in Nevada. Other Western states are trying to do this exact same thing. Former Majority Leader Harry Reid cut special deals in the past like this for Nevada. And I'm happy to work with my friend and colleague from Nevada. Congress should not enact another special deal for Nevada when other Western states are seeking similar legislation. Therefore, I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President,
Senator from Nevada.
I look forward to continuing to work with the Senator from Wyoming on improving this bill. But, Madam President, for me today, it is beyond disappointing that Washington's business as usual approach is once again getting in the way of my bill passing. The legislation would not cost any additional taxpayer money, and it would not directly impact any state other than Nevada. And it would allow Washoe County to be able to serve its business community, tribal communities, and the people who live there. All it's going to do is protect our outdoor spaces. Like I said, support local tribal communities, expand economic development opportunities, including the much-needed affordable housing desperately needed by so many. So today's outcome is frustrating. I want to assure the people of Nevada that my colleagues and I will continue to work on this issue, and it is not settled, and the fight to get Nevada lands for us to be able to use in smart ways is not over. I will reintroduce this legislation next Congress, and I will continue fighting until my Washoe County Lands Bill is passed and Nevadans are better able to responsibly build in and protect our state. I yield my time.
Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills en bloc. Cal 586, S2160, H.R. 7938, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee-reported substitute amendment, where applicable, be agreed to. The bills as amended, if amended, be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Madam President, I'm very pleased that my legislation has just passed, and I particularly want to express my thanks to my colleague and friend, my neighbor, Senator Barrasso and his staff, John Tanner and others, Jack and Vincent and Kristen, who've been a big help in this effort. The legislation by my Republican colleague from Eastern Oregon, Congressman Bentz, is a companion bill to my bill S-482, which would uphold promises made by the federal government to farmers and tribes in the Klamath Basin. The Klamath Basin is the subject of one of the largest river restoration projects in history. As a result of this work, new habitat is being opened up to recover culturally important fish and wildlife and provide more flexibility for managing water deliveries to farmers in the Klamath Basin. The promise that was made to agricultural communities and agreed to by stakeholders in the Klamath Basin is that they would receive support for the work that must now be completed to avoid conflict, work like putting fish screens on water diversions. I commend the House for passing this legislation on suspension, and I'm really pleased that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are going to allow us to make sure that we don't lose this critical and timely opportunity to finally live up to a promise made to these local communities nearly a decade ago. Madam President, I'll close by this. I promised that I would have an open to all town hall meeting in every county in my state. I just cleared town hall meeting number 1,100. That means that 1,100 times for 90 minutes, we just said we're going to throw open the doors of government and listen to folks. Make sure that I'm not giving any speeches or using any teleprompters or whatever, just letting people share their views. And it was there that I heard about this idea that is being advanced now on a bipartisan basis. Congressman Bentz, my colleague from Eastern Oregon, myself, my home is in Southeast Portland, urban and rural, Democrats and Republicans coming together to do something that makes a lot of sense. And I want to also, while I'm making these remarks, thank my senatorial colleague, Senator Merkley, who is a senior member of the Appropriations Committee, has been doing so much good work on the Klamath over the years. The passage of this legislation tonight is a good win for rural Oregon, long overdue. And Madam President, with that, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from California.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 5509 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection. Is there an objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Madam President, reserving the right to object, this bill is not the right response to address the permitting challenges at the Department of Interior. The bill would create a duplicative database, and the database would lack privacy protections for sensitive business information. I'm committed to addressing permitting challenges. This bill is not the right answer, and therefore, Madam President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President.
Senator from California.
I ask unanimous consent that, notwithstanding Rule 22, the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 936, submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 936, congratulating the Los Angeles Galaxy for winning the 2024 Major League Soccer Cup.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President.
Senator from California.
Madam President, as we conclude the final week of the 118th Congress, and we truly historic Biden-Harris administration, we look back on the biggest accomplishments of this body. Now, serving on the Senate Judiciary Committee alongside my partners over the years, Senators Dianne Feinstein, Senator LaFonza Butler, and as of last week, Senator Adam Schiff, I'm particularly proud to have played a role in the confirmation of a nearly record number of President Biden's federal judicial nominees. Now, today, I want to ask for your support on the final two nominees that are awaiting confirmation by this body. So first, let me introduce to you Judge Serena Murillo, President Biden's nominee to serve on the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California, the proud daughter of a waitress and a Mexican-American farm worker who went back to school to become a teacher. Judge Murillo was born in Pomona, California. She earned her undergraduate degree from the University of California, San Diego, and earned her law degree from Loyola Law School in Los Angeles. And after a year in private practice, Judge Murillo joined the District Attorney's Office in Los Angeles, where she served as a prosecutor for the next 17 years. In the District Attorney's Office, she served as both a trial and appellate attorney. And throughout her time there, she tried 68 cases to verdict. Now, since 2015, Judge Murillo has served as a judge on the Los Angeles Superior Court and was even appointed Justice Pro Tem in the California Court of Appeal, Second Appellate District from 2018 to 2019. Her deep experience across the whole spectrum of criminal and civil law and her reputation for thoughtfulness, fair-mindedness, courtesy, and hard work on the bench will make her a tremendous district attorney if she earns this body's support. And on her behalf, and on behalf of the people of California, I ask for your aye vote for this nomination. Now, this week we will also consider the nomination of Judge Benjamin Cheeks to serve on the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of California. Judge Cheeks was born in Albany, Georgia, and raised by a single mother who worked multiple jobs to provide for him and his siblings. Recognizing that education was the key to a better future, he worked hard and earned a full scholarship to attend the University of Miami. And he went on to earn his law degree from American University Washington College of Law. After law school, Judge Cheek served as an assistant district attorney in Manhattan for 7 years. And then the light went off. He made his way to California, where he served as an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of California. 3 years later, he started his own criminal defense practice, serving on a panel to represent defendants who could not afford private attorneys. And earlier this year, Judge Cheeks was unanimously selected by members of the U.S. District Court for the Southern District to serve as magistrate judge. That says a lot. And it says a lot about the qualifications, the values, and the approach, and the great service he'll provide as a district judge with your support. So, Madam President, two more than qualified, more than ready to serve nominees awaiting our confirmation. I ask you, colleagues, for your support. And Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that my next statement appear at a separate place in the record.
Without objection.
Madam President and colleagues, I rise today to congratulate and to thank Congressman Tony Cárdenas as he prepares to retire after 12 distinguished years of service in the United States House of Representatives and 28 years in public service overall. Since his time in the House, he's been a tremendous, aggressive, effective, and passionate member of the California delegation in particular, and one of the true stars of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. He's my fellow Tiger from San Fernando High School. He was my first boss in politics, and more recently, to the thrill of our wives, my roommates here in Washington. For many decades now, Tony has been a cherished friend and truly a brother in politics and in life. Tony Cárdenas is the champion for the San Fernando Valley and has been for nearly 3 decades. And Tony's story and legacy deserves to be celebrated and remembered. And that's why I choose to make these remarks today so they are a permanent record, yes, even here in the United States Senate. Now, he was raised just a few blocks from where I grew up, in the proud working class community of Pacoima. Antonio Tony Cárdenas was born on March 31st, 1963, the youngest of 11 children born to Andrés y Maria Cárdenas. And yes, Tony is just a few years ahead of me, but our stories followed similar paths. Tony's parents and my father were from the same state of Jalisco in Mexico, and they immigrated to the United States in search of a better life, in pursuit of the American dream, colleagues, that you know I fight so hard to defend. We both attended Telfair Elementary School, went on to attend San Fernando High School, and when it came time to attend college, despite discouragement from some of our teachers, we both went on to college and earned engineering degrees. Yet it's in part because of Tony and his passion and commitment to community that I left what could have been a very promising and fruitful career in engineering to pursue public service. When Tony first set out to make a difference and run for the state assembly in 1996, he actually took a chance on me, asking me to be his campaign manager. When he asked, I couldn't help but be honest. I looked at him and I said, Tony, I don't know the first thing about running campaigns. I think he was equally honest, because he looked right back at me and said, well, I know the first thing about running for office. But you know me, I know you. we're smart, we're committed, we're hardworking. We'll figure this out together. I think we kind of did. I was pretty young at the time, like literally fresh out of college. But he took a leap of faith on me, and I took a leap of faith on him, like many, many young people, right? You're cynical about politicians and about government, but I knew who Tony was as a person. I knew his values, I knew his work ethic, I knew his moral compass, aside from having so much in common growing up. And I knew just how committed he was to our community and to making change. See, Tony had previously left engineering and entered real estate. He had his own very successful real estate company. He could have moved on to live anywhere else and been tremendously successful in the private sector, but he chose to leave that and enter public service to improve the quality of life of the folks that we grew up with. And from his very first election to the state assembly, and he was an underdog candidate, trust me, but he was successful, to the times when he and I worked together on the Los Angeles City Council, to the last few years when we've served together here in the halls of Congress. I've been blessed, not just because of his mentorship, not just because of his friendship, but to just have a front row seat to his public service career. I've seen him and I've been inspired by him in his fights for justice and opportunities for at-risk youth, him leading the charge in our nation's clean energy transition. Again, something that started years ago in prior offices, but he's continued here at the national level through his work in Congress, and his advocacy for better access to mental health care. He's done so much in a number of policy areas. But what I admire most is sort of the through line in his narrative and in his career is that he's never shied away from a righteous fight. The most righteous fights, as you know, are often the most hard battles to fight. Tony never shied away from that. And he won a heck of a lot more often than he didn't, because it was the right thing to do. And I also appreciate and reflect on his public service and the way he's gone about carving out a path for others to follow. And I mentioned his first run for the state legislature in 1996. I take you back to a time where even in the state of California, there were not nearly as many Latinos in positions of power at the federal or state or even the local level. But through the power of his example, he's opened the door for so many others, including me, to dream of running for office, to think of running for office, to actually run for office, to win the opportunity and to serve well. Yes, colleagues, entire generations of young Latino leaders now see running for office and having a say in the decisions that affect our communities as the norm, not the exception. And it's in part, large part, because of the trailblazing legacy of Tony Cardenas. And I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to thank his wife, Norma, and his 4 children, Vanessa, Cristian, Andres, and Alina, and the entire Cardenas family for sharing him with us for all these years. And while next month, Tony will officially step away from his work in the United States House of Representatives, I have no doubt that his service to others is not coming to an end. It will continue. And I look forward to continuing to fight alongside him for many, many years to come. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
The chair lays before the Senate a certificate of election to fill the unexpired term created by the death of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein of California. The certificate, the chair is advised, is in the form suggested by the Senate. If there be no objection, the reading of the certificate will be waived and it will be printed in full in the record. If the senator-elect will now present himself at the desk, the chair will administer the oath of office. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Madam President, or Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
I ask unanimous consent that all post-cloture time on the motion to proceed to H.R. 82 be considered expired following the remarks of Senator Lee for up to 30 minutes. Further, that following the motion to proceed vote, the Senate proceed to executive session. Further, that the cloture motions with respect to the Cheeks and Murillo nominations ripen at 11 a.m. on Friday, December 20.
Objection? Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, Congress must address the challenges facing Social Security. Unfortunately, the Social Security Fairness Act fails on all counts and doesn't even come close to living up to its name. Now, let's start with the flawed benefit calculation this legislation seeks to return to. The Government Pension Offset, or GPO, and the Windfall Elimination Provision, or WEP, were enacted to fix serious problems in how Social Security benefits were calculated. Before the WEP existed, individuals with mixed careers in public and private sectors often received more in Social Security benefits than they were entitled to receive. Imagine two people, each earning $85,000 annually in their respective primary jobs. One worked in the private sector and paid into Social Security, but the other person worked in the public sector contributing to a state pension fund instead of Social Security. Both earned an additional $10,000 a year from the side job that did pay into Social Security. Without WEP, the public sector workers would receive Social Security benefits as though they were a low-income earner based solely on their $10,000 in side income. This miscalculation would grant them overly generous Social Security benefits on top of their public pension and act contrary to and against the interests of other Social Security beneficiaries. The GPO addresses a similar issue with spousal benefits. It ensures that spousal benefits are adjusted to reflect income from public pensions, preventing unfair overpayments under Social Security. The WEP and the GPO are far from perfect. They're very imperfect. They were enacted at a time when Congress lacked access to the full data needed to make precise adjustments. But they were designed to fix real problems, and they do exactly that. If Congress repeals these provisions without replacing them with a better system, we will revert to a broken model that unfairly rewards some at the expense of others. And that's not ideal. But let's talk about what this bill would mean for the solvency of Social Security. Social Security is already on a dangerously unsustainable path. The trust fund, which has been rated time and time again by Congress, is projected to run out of money in the next decade, which would lead to across-the-board benefit cuts. This bill would not fix that. In fact, this bill would accelerate that crisis. According to the Congressional Budget Office, repealing the GPO and WEP would cost $196 billion over the next 10 years. It would push Social Security's insolvency up by 6 to 8 months, making an already dire situation even worse. Congress must focus on solutions that strengthen Social Security's financial health, not hasten its collapse. Now look, there's just no reason, certainly no legitimate reason, to force a vote on this issue right now before we have an administration that will prioritize meaningful, fiscally responsible reform. Republicans should focus on advancing solutions that align with our principles. We have an incoming Republican Senate majority and an incoming Republican president. We should stick to the principles that have gotten us elected and reelected. This bill is fundamentally unfair. It's unfair to the vast majority of Americans who have paid into Social Security their entire working lives. About 96% of the workforce contributes to Social Security. They rely on it as an important part of their retirement security. This bill would force those workers, 96% of them in America, to subsidize overly generous benefits for the 4% of the workforce, those who do not participate in Social Security and instead contribute to non-covered pensions. Most state employees already pay into Social Security and would be harmed, not helped, by this legislation. The Social Security Fairness Act would reward a small minority at the expense of the vast majority of American taxpayers. That's not fair. When we look at the overwhelming majority, 96%, those who will be harmed by this, it's not fair to take something away from them, to move up by 6 to 8 months the insolvency of the Social Security Trust Fund just to address the other 4%. Now, that's not to say that those 4% don't need to be addressed in some way. But the way that this bill does it isn't fair, and it's unsafe. Look, the challenges of Social Security require solutions that prevent further mismanagement. The Social Security Fairness Act, a somewhat Orwellian name as I think about it, would take us back to a broken system, push the trust fund even closer to insolvency than it is already, and unfairly shift costs onto hardworking Americans. Look, I've been in this chamber before when this body has voted to raid the Social Security Trust Fund. I've raised the alarm, and it's happened anyway. It's unpleasant, It's not an experience I care to revisit. But never have I seen us raid that fund to this degree, to the tune of almost $200 billion. This is reckless, but it's worse than that. It's cruel. We need real solutions that address the root causes of these challenges. Repealing the GPO and the WEP without fixing the underlying issues would be a step backward, a huge, painful step backward, and profoundly unfair. Congress has a responsibility to address Social Security's flaws with clarity and with courage. I urge my colleagues to reject this flawed legislation and commit to reforms that serve all Americans, not just a select few. To reiterate, there is no reason why we have to rush this. This particular problem was many decades in the making. We can fix it. We can fix it responsibly. We don't have to rush it. I implore my colleagues, you don't have to do this. We can fix this next year and fix it the right way. I ask my colleagues to oppose cloture on the motion to proceed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Under the previous order, all post-cloture time has expired. The question is on the motion to proceed. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, thank you, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Hassan, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cardin, Fisher, Kane, Schiff, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Crapo, Lee, and Young. Mr. Kim, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Carper, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Thank you. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Lankford, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? No. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Boozman, aye. I got him. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Cruz, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 73, the nays are 23, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 693, H.R. 82, an act to amend Title II of the Social Security Act to repeal the government pension offset and windfall elimination provisions.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session. Senator from Alaska.
As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills en bloc. Calendar 128, S623, Calendar 626, S4451, Calendar 635, S4974, Calendar 298, S2020, Calendar 606, S3617, Calendar 632, S4851, Calendar 608, S3790, and Calendar 591, S2784.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported amendments, where applicable, be agreed to. The bills as amended, if amended, be considered read a third time and passed. The committee reported title amendment to S3790 be considered and agreed to. The title of S3790 as amended be considered and agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really glad to see that we could pass 8 bills by unanimous consent here. I want to thank colleagues from California, Senator Padilla, my colleague from Oregon, Senator Merkley, and my colleague from Ohio, Senator Brown, for helping work to develop these pairs and to move them forward. And I also want to acknowledge the cloakroom teams. Thank you very much. We appreciate that, as well as the ranking and the chairman of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, Chairman Manchin, Ranking Member Barrasso, and their committee for their assistance. So we've now passed a total of 5 Alaska lands-related bills in the past couple days. Just last night, my friend Senator Hirono graciously offered a pair that included my legislation to sunset an outdated requirement in the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act for Native Village corporations to help convey lands to the state of Alaska to be held in trust for municipal uses. So by sunsetting this requirement and allowing our village corporations to regain title to these lands, it will help free up lands for pressing needs such as housing. I hear it all the time when I'm out in the villages. We were able to move that measure. We paired it with a bill from Congresswoman Radewagen to allow American Samoa to more easily make amendments to its territorial constitution. I was out in American Samoa with a group of members just a couple months ago, and this was a priority for the Congresswoman and for the governor. So it's good news for them as well. The 4 bills that we just moments ago passed are important as well. We have legislation to amend ANCSA to ensure that when aged, blind, or disabled Alaska Natives receive dividends from their settlement trusts, they do not inadvertently become ineligible for certain federal assistance programs. We have another bill that settles Cape Fox remaining land entitlement to remedy an injustice limiting where they can select lands. This has been going on for more than half a century here, so very important to the people down in the Cape Fox region. And then my legislation to reauthorize the National Volcano Early Warning and Monitoring System to provide for critical research and monitoring systems, upgrading existing networks, and installing new detection technology. This helps in a state like mine or in a state like Hawaii, where we've got people that are living around volcanoes. And we included legislation led by my colleague from Alaska, Senator Sullivan, to extend the Alaska Native Vietnam Veterans Allotment Program for an additional 5 years. This is to ensure that eligible individuals and their heirs can receive their rightful lands. These are individuals who stood up, answered the call, served in Vietnam, and during their service were unable to make their native selections. And so remedying this has been a long cause of both mine and Senator Sullivan's. So we recognize this is the end of the year, and all of these measures that I've just passed all start with an SDOT, which means they're Senate bills. They're going to go to the House. They may not become law this year. We get that, although hope springs eternal around this place. But I'm hopeful that the House can pass potentially some more bills by suspension. If they can't, we can revisit these at the in the new year, which are absolutely not controversial, but to get them across the finish line in this body is important. I know there's a lot of folks in these communities that are waiting for final action on that. So pleased to be able to actually do some legislating here this evening. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Unanimous consent. Oops. Is this on, Mr. President?
The senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate consider the following nominations en bloc: 859, 860, 861, 862, 863, 864, 865, 866, 867, 868, 869, 871, 873, 874, 530, and all nominations on the Secretary's desk in the Air Force, Army, Coast Guard, Navy, and Space Force. That the nominations be confirmed en bloc, the motions be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S5062, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report.
S5062, a bill to address sexual harassment and sexual assault of Bureau of Prisons staff in prisons and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, that the Blackburn-Ossoff substitute amendment at the desk be considered agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S4640 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
S4640, a bill to strengthen trafficking victim assistance grant funding.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the Ossoff-Blackburn substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Congratulate the President on his prodigious legislative accomplishments.
Duly noted.
This evening. As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 7365 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report.
H.R. 7365, an act to provide pre-check to certain severely injured or disabled veterans and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 714, H.R. 9592.
Clerk will report.
Calendar number 714, H.R. 9592, an act to amend Title 44, United States Code to modernize the Federal Register and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 9487, which was received from the House.
Clerk will report.
H.R. 9487, an act to amend the Legislative Reorganization Act of 1970 and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 937 submitted earlier today.
Clerk will report.
S-Res 937, to authorize testimony and representation in United States v. Warnagaris.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today at recess until 10 a.m. on Friday, December 20, and resume consideration of the Cheeks nomination. Further, that upon disposition of the Murillo nomination, the Senate resume legislative session. Further, that if any nominations are confirmed during Friday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection. So ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand in recess under the previous order.
The Senate stands in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow.